Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
How rude.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What?
Your name, please? don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Right now.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Donald Trump spent a lot of all his time with my wife.
That's hot.
Don't be creepy.
Immediately, it's not so good.
Problem here. The county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
That's hot.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Jesus, I say that.
Looks good. And
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
It's a great day. For being sad.
Whoa. Sudden buffering. that makes sense. Why not do it right when I'm starting the show, of course. Well, I hope everybody's having a phenomenal evening and or day. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fam, so buckle up. Could be turbulence on this ride. Wow, I just lost my head. That's good. Holy shit. What is going on? Oh boy. Seems bad. Why lag now? That's my question for you. Why wait until now? It feels almost planned. Targeted, even. Why are we being repressed? Well, I guess we'll do this. Some old-timey music going. And wait, I guess. Feels odd considering how late it is. We're gonna have to do a super truncated stream today. Jesus Christ. Having trouble starting and stopping your stream? Watch Faux News for helpful product ads. I'm not sure, I don't think I know the reference to what you're... I have no idea what you're saying right now. By the way, anybody familiar with a thing called polyphasic sleeping? I may have tried it today in between the debate when the stream first shut down. Decided, you know what, let's get a quick 10 in. Let's get a quick 10-15. You know, get a little energy back. Well, that turned into a hard hour and a half, including another 15 to get me awake enough to start this stream. So here we are, midnight, frozen stream, second attempt at streaming today. Truly a fascinating situation. For me, I don't know about you. That's up to you on how you find that situation. I also find it a little frustrating. I had plans. I had a lot of plans today. I was going to do the double stream. I think the lack of streams is what threw me off. I was like, wait, I was supposed to be streaming this whole time. No, I'm not. That lack of scheduling, I think, thrust me into a quagmire of indecision. Either way, I think I'll just say hello to everybody in chat, who I at least see. I am in top chat, so do forgive me for that. I can't switch yet because it'll refresh and I'll lose people. But, good to see you. Moanoip, Aaron W, Schmegley123, Dirk Gently, Jerry McLean, Robot Cat. Let's see. Who else is it? Donald James X is in here. I see you. B-Cat, of course. Tifa Lockhart's Divorcee wedding dress. What's a divorcee wedding dress? Is that you buy yourself a second dress after getting divorced? Or do you wear your wedding dress as it, like, because it seems like expensive. It's expensive to go buying a second dress. And you've got a perfectly good one sitting around. PB, good to see you. Orb Vroomer. Bob Carmody. I think I hit everybody. Alright, now I'm going to switch to Top Chat and stop being repressed by YouTube's sort of decision making on who deserves to be in my chat or not. Wow, 331 subs. That's a lot of subs. That's a lot of subs. Yesterday, Jesus, how many subs is that? How many subs? You know, I'm gonna look. How many subs is that? It's like 17 subs today. We are blowing up. Veritably blowing up. Where is it? Ah, yes. Ooh, you're going to IMAX tomorrow. What are you going to see Megalopolis? Is that the plan? I know Bob has been talking about Megalopolis. No one will go to you with at the movies? That's fucked up. Alright, I guess I'll play some communist hypno. Communist hypno hop, I think we'll call it. No, 15 subs since yesterday. Still though, that's a ton. My god, 15. That's definitely our most subs in one day ever. I would like to attribute it to all of my clipping. I can't be sure right now because I can't see the data from today or how people found the channel. But it's pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Hopefully we can keep that up to some degree. I don't expect to do 15 a day every day. But like I was saying a couple of days ago, if we can just do 6 per day, the rest of the month we'll be at 500. We'll to get that monetization, hopefully, unless YouTube has some objection beyond our metrics.
Possible and what can be unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always believe in what can be unburdened.
Looks like it's starting to work. Like it wants to work real bad.
Unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Appears to be working, so I guess we'll get this show on the road here. And I'll switch it back to my desk. Well, I don't know if everybody got a chance to watch the debate, but it just got done an hour ago. If you're somehow unaware of that, and also in this chat, I do find that a little difficult to believe, but it did just end. The vice presidential debate, that is, not the presidential debate. I don't think we're going to get a second one of those. But let's start with that today. Real quick, couple clips, and we'll get on with the rest of things. Due to the fact that I started late today, it's going to be a slightly truncated stream, most likely. I hope that doesn't disappoint too many people. But, let's go here. This was from before the debate. CBS News. How voters feel about J.D. Vance and Tim Walz ahead of the debate.
Tim Walz plays the part of this folksy, ag-friendly outdoorsman when you first meet him, and he's got these smiles. He's likable until you start to get to know Tim.
Wow.
Welcome back to America
How
Decides.
rude.
That was Republican Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota, who played Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance's debate prep. We have a new poll on how voters see the stakes of tomorrow night's matchup on CBS News. Speaking of CBS News, our Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, joins us now. Anthony, take it away.
Hey there, Major. So, look, setting up the preview of this, you want to know, what are people looking for in this debate and in these candidates? So let me show you. First of all, they're very much looking to see if they can learn something about the candidates. But there's these two other big majorities here. 71% who say they're watching to root for their party's candidates. That tells you about how much partisanship is already wrapped up in this. And even this 61%.
Interesting. Yeah, there's quite a Venn diagram here between to learn something about the candidate and to root for the party's candidate. It would seem like most people are hoping to learn more about the candidate that they already favor. Which, I mean, to some degree makes perfect sense, honestly.
Who said they're watching to see if the other side makes a mistake. But I do want to point out this 24%.
I find fascinating. It's the mainstream media's obsession with partisanship, as if it's like it's the scourge of the entire country. Is the fact that somehow there's a division right now. Well, the fact is that there is a clear division between what people are saying out there, not just on the campaign trail, but in politics in general. And I find it interesting as to why mainstream media think it's bad. People already have their minds generally made up, right? Why is it bad that people are generally speaking pretty much, 1 month away from the election, got their minds pretty made up? It's a weird stance to take, in my opinion.
That say they're looking to help decide their vote. They're not necessarily undecided voters, but they might be looking for confirmation of a choice they've already made. That, I think, is important because in a race that, for context, is so close, that means things like this debate could be really, if not decisive, really, really important, and that just kind of raises the stakes, Major.
And Anthony, as you well know, one of the things that the country assesses, does a running mate add to the ticket or in some ways distract or diminish from it? Do we have any data on that?
I am glad you asked because we asked exactly that.
Walz forgot to bring the charm.
Well, look, we've seen a lot of enthusiasm among Democrats.
Yeah, is that the general consensus? Is that Walz was not as affable as usual? Is that
for Tim Walz, and in fact, 3/4 of Democrats say they think he makes the ticket better. Now, you get a majority of Republicans who think that Vance makes their ticket better. It isn't the same level as among Democrats for Walz, yes, but look, within the Republican Party, something else that's notable, and that is there's more enthusiasm for Vance among Republicans who call themselves members of the MAGA movement. I think that's important because, look, if part of the VP's role is to kind of motivate turnout, to get that base fired up, as is traditionally often the case, then that MAGA base is certainly important to the Trump campaign. So,
wow, that is revelatory. The MAGA base is important to the Trump campaign? Whoa. That's news. Thank you for that. All right. Let's go here. Got a couple of clips from the actual debate. Let's see how these things went.
We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBS has not been on the books.
Thank you, Senator. And then Tim Walz jumps in. He's like, no, JD is wrong. Thank you, gentlemen. Both of you. Clearly.
The book since 1990.
Why aren't you going back? There we go.
We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Thank you for explaining the legal process.
And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide. And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world.
Illegal.
This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their abortion policy.
Wait. Which one do you want? The voters to make the decisions or for the states? Because the fact is a majority of voters want it to be handled at a federal level and not a state level. So it's either voters or states. You can't have both. Do I have more clips? I do have more clips of the debate. All right, let's go here. Here's J.D. Vance's closing argument.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to...
What about homeless people, JD? What about them? Do they have heat to turn on?
Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods.
Whenever I hear JD talk, I feel like he's only speaking to a particular group of Americans, and he just does not care about the rest of society. Like, it's like if you make a certain amount of money and fit into a certain group of people, that's who JD cares about. If you make less than that, honestly, you're scum. At least that's how I get it from him, right? He's like, if you already have a family, you got a house, you got all these other sorts of things set up in your life, that's when JD starts caring about you. If you're truly poor, if you're homeless, if you're, you're having a tough time in life, JD thinks you're just not trying hard enough. I'm not gonna lie.
You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible...
I wonder how many of those people that said that they don't have enough money for food on the campaign trail, supposedly, that JD has been speaking to. I struggle to believe that he's been speaking to people who can't afford food, but if that's the case, I wonder if because he was saying they were so generous and, you know, they were more concerned about his well-being. I wonder if he, you know, offered any of his loads of money or any of that sweet Peter Thiel cash, you know, buy them a sandwich or something.
People anywhere in the world, but they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say,
I, JD Vance, am a vote for venture capital. All right, let's go to the closing argument from Tim Walz.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built.
What is happening?
From Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our...
You know, I just want to point something out. Nobody seems to have... You know, I notice you all get very excited in chat when you don't have the proper support characters, and then when you have too many, nobody wants to say anything. By the way, how many support characters do you actually owed? These are all the ones from yesterday's, or what's today? I think it was Sunday stream. I think I didn't do Monday. Hold on, how many likes do we have? Let me do this now. Should have done this before the stream. This is what I get for trying to take a nap. Anybody? How many likes are we at? Alright, I'll like myself. 23. 23 likes. Okay. The newest thing is Kamala's Immigrant app. Ooh, the app. The very scary app. Okay, it's a 1 and an 11, which would be a Bacula and Gary. There's a Bacula. There is a Gary.
Politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road.
Project 2025.
Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
All right. I think that's going to wrap up our discussion
The gap is now in the double digits in several recent polls. Of
the debate, at least for now. I didn't even get to watch it, so I feel like I can't really discuss it all that much. And everybody else just got done watching, I don't know, the other 30 leftist channels on the internet all doing debate content, so I figured we wouldn't spend too much time on this. So let's keep it moving. Let's go here to this. This is new polling data showing that the gender gap in the United States, as it is of now, has widened even further to now what appears to be essentially, if you add up the men's gap and the women's gap, a gap of 45 points.
The gap is now in the double digits in several recent polls, with more and more men leaning for Trump and women for Harris. An NBC poll showed that men favored Trump over Harris by 12 points, while women preferred Harris by 21. An overall gap of 33 points.
I know nothing
Trump's
about
history of personal attacks against women and the long list of sexual assault allegations against him has alienated many. But most polarizing...
I added the wrong two numbers together just now. That's my bad. 33%, not 45%. Still a shit ton.
His record on women's rights, particularly the Supreme Court decision taking away the constitutional right to abortion.
The court handed down a victory for the Constitution, a victory for the rule of law, and above all, a victory for life.
A decision which Trump has proudly taken credit for, while Kamala Harris has come out strongly against it.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling women what to do with their body.
And there's not much that the Republicans can do to walk back what's already been done. Donald Trump's nomination of 3 conservatives.
I mean, the fact is Republicans, from what I can tell, don't seem to be all that interested in walking it back. We saw, what was it, South Carolina, where all of the female state representatives, like inside the state Senate, got ousted for essentially, was it South? I can't remember. It was one of the southern states. But they essentially got ousted for just supporting more sensible abortion policy and not the insane bans which have been put in place across the South and the Midwest. And it's just, it doesn't seem like the Republican Party as a whole is interested in walking back what is essentially their biggest achievement ever. Really, when you get down to it, it's something they've been talking about doing for decades. Ever since Roe became a thing, it's been on the agenda. So, what is that, like 70 years or something like that? They've been talking about it for nearly a century. And they finally got it done. And they don't have any real interest in being like, oh, you know what? All that time and effort that we put into all this, it was a bad idea. All right, now let's go to talk about a different health-related issue, that being age. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 18 hours ago, where Donald Trump had to admit something. What was that? Could it possibly be? Never admitted to a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But no tax for the seniors. Do we have any seniors here? I hate to admit it. I'm a senior.
Oh,
They'll say he's got a conflict of interest. He's giving this to himself. Watch. I'll end up in front of a grand jury tomorrow. Donald Trump has suggested no tax on Social Security benefits And he's got a conflict of interest. We're putting him before a grand jury because I've seen more grand juries than Alphonse Capone.
I love that he's now talking about the fact that he's elderly. Like, it's a weird vibe, right? Because it was only a couple of months ago where all he was doing for most of his speeches was railing about how old and sleepy Joe Biden was. And it's like, you know what? I'm also old. I'm a pretty old guy. I could be collecting Social Security if I never paid into it.
I'll end up in front of a grand jury tomorrow. Donald Trump has suggested no tax on Social Security benefits. And he's got a conflict of interest. We're putting him before a grand jury because I've seen more grand juries than Alphonse Capone. And he averaged about killing one person a week. Alphonse, the meanest of them all. I know more about grand juries than Alphonse ever even thought about. My father's looking down on my mother. They're great people. They say, can you believe?
I'm sorry. This is one of the weirdest imaginary situations I ever, well, not ever heard. I've heard plenty of weird but listen to this again. This is what happens in Donald Trump's mind. When he's thinking about his parents looking down from, I guess, heaven. Debatable.
Alphonse, the meanest of them all. I know more about grand juries than Alphonse ever even thought about. My father's looking down on my mother. They're great people. They say, can you believe my son did this? Can you believe that my son would run for politics and be...
So do you hear the way that he sees it in his mind? His father is looking down on his mother, who is apparently lower in heaven than his father, right? He has to go down to a different cloud and be like, oh, hey, honey, down here in the shitty part of heaven, how's it going? Can you believe what's happening with Trump down there?
Treated this way, but you know what? And
Yeah,
we're doing
can you
great.
believe
We
what's
won
happening
the
with
big
Donnie?
case in Florida. We're winning them all. I'll tell you what. Did you see? We won the big case. That was the big one.
All right, going back to my cloud now. You know, you stay here. You stay here.
Get him in Florida. It was always... That seemed to be the documents case. I had every right to have him. Called the Presidential Records Act. That's what they passed it for. But he didn't have that act because he wasn't president. And he got out. You know how he got out? And I don't want to talk about him too much because she's running. Maybe he'll go back. If she does really bad...
He hasn't given up. He hasn't given up. Hold on. I have to look it up. What was the day? When did Joe Biden drop out of the race? July 21st. I called it Joe 21st. That's the new name of it. It's a new holiday, Joe 21st. The day Joe Biden dropped out. And 3 months later, came back from the dead. It'll be another holiday. It'll be the return, the Joe turning, the rejuvenation. I genuinely cannot believe 8-9 weeks plus since Joe Biden dropped out. He's still having fantasies in his mind about Joe coming back.
It was always... That seemed to be the documents case. I had every right to have him. Called the Presidential Records Act. That's what they passed it for. But he didn't have that act because he wasn't president. And he got out. You know how he got out? And I don't want to talk about him too much because she's running. Maybe he'll go back. If she does really badly, they'll probably put him back. Let's rechange. But think of this. So they got him out. They said he's guilty of what he did, but he's grossly incompetent. Which she never told us, by the way.
It's not at all what
our
happened.
country at risk.
That's definitely not what happened. If for whatever reason you don't know what happened is that if my memory serves correctly, it was one of two ways. Either the Biden campaign or the Biden staffers became aware of the fact that they were in possession of documents that were classified. They made aware the proper people and returned the documents. or it was that it was the FBI who figured out they had documents and they needed them back, something like that. But basically, there were some classified documents that Joe Biden happened to have, and instead of what Trump did, which was repeatedly, over and over again, subpoena after subpoena, refused to return the documents, he decided to immediately give them back the documents. It was a completely different situation, because Donald Trump went weeks and weeks, even longer. It might have been months that people were aware of the fact that he had the documents, and that he did not return them. It's very strange.
He should have told us, but he's incompetent, so nobody like this should be able to go to court. So think of it. He can't go to court, but he can run the United States of America. There's something wrong with that, right?
I'm sorry, what? Didn't we just get done with... How long ago was it now? Like 6 or 7 months ago? Talking about how your entire legal team were arguing that exact thing, that you being in office made you exempt from legal prosecution. Does anybody remember this? Am I losing my mind? I wonder if any of these people here, any of these adult human beings, you remember any of that? You think they're going to stop making people pay into Social Security? What makes you think they would do that? Who is they? Which they? The proverbial they or specific they? Alright, let's, how are we doing on time? We gotta keep this moving. Well, we don't have too many stories today. Sort of gotta hit a few big ones, really. Alright, yeah, let's go quickly to this. Republican who stole ballot drop box gets what he deserves. Here's a channel we don't watch very often. Brian Tyler Cohen.
This story is absolutely nuts. For some quick background, in Wisconsin in 2022, the state Supreme Court banned the use of drop boxes in a 4-3 decision when conservatives had control of the state Supreme Court. Then liberals took control of the state Supreme Court in 2023, and the question of ballot boxes were again brought to the state Supreme Court in 2024, only this time the justices ruled 4-3 in favor of allowing cities to use drop boxes. The cities weren't mandated to use drop boxes, but they were allowed to do so if that's what the clerks decided to do. Now, we zoom into the relatively small city of Wausau, Wisconsin, home to about 40,000 people. The clerk there, Caitlin Bernard, opted to allow the use of a drop box. It was set up in front of the city hall and was awaiting installation when this week it vanished. That's because the Republican mayor of the city, Doug Dinney, decided to put on a hard hat and a public works jacket and literally wheel the drop box away. He ultimately took it to his office and said, "This may seem a little silly," referencing the hard hat, "but I was memorializing the event because I was taking a stand that this decision by the state Supreme Court is not clear." Now, let me be clear.
It sounded pretty clear. It said the city clerk is the one who decides. And it sounds like he was the mayor, so he's the wrong guy. The wrong guy. Somebody else should have been doing that. Somebody else's decision.
By the state Supreme Court is 1,000% clear. This summer, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court ruled to allow the use of ballot drop boxes in the 2024 election. Local elections clerks were empowered to set up and maintain the location of the drop box and decide on where it went. That's it. Not exactly rocket science here. If you can see that ruling and still think that something is not, quote, clear, then perhaps a job in government isn't for you. Denny, the Republican mayor, has said that he moved the Dropbox to his office because he believed that the city council should decide whether the city should use it. Quote, "My position is that the city does not need one. Only, it doesn't matter what Denny's position is, nor does it matter what the city council's position is, because the power wasn't vested with the city council or the mayor. It was vested with the election clerk, who did decide to allow a Dropbox. In fact, the clerk had already mailed 4,000 ballots to residents last week with the instructions that included telling them that a Dropbox was available for use, meaning that residents were given adequate notice that they could use the Dropbox, but because this guy literally stole it, wheeling it to his office, now they're left without a clear understanding of how to cast their ballots. In effect, having their ability to vote be put at risk, or worse, stripped away, because this partisan hack decided to unilaterally rewrite the rules in defiance of the state Supreme Court."
That's right. Another Republican who didn't like the law when it happened to go against what they wanted, and decided to just make their own laws. Now, since that all happened, things did change, and not in the way that the mayor of this city wanted. Doug Denny, I believe his name is. Apparently that Dropbox, which he hauled away, has now been replaced and is in use. So, unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to make the rules on this thing, this particular situation. And people are going to be allowed to use the Dropbox. Which honestly just seems sensible. I don't understand why anybody would have an objection to the existence of a Dropbox. It's just easier. It makes it so that you don't have to be paying someone to accept the vote by hand. Alright, now let's quickly talk about this situation, which has been... we've actually talked about this, and this, it's finally taken off, essentially, that being the port strike across the nation, from Hawaii to New York. There is a port strike at essentially every single port in the nation, at least all of the unionized ones. And wait, hold on, I have this in the wrong order. Please hold. All right, yeah. Start in Hawaii. We'll go west to east.
Happening now on the U.S. East Coast, 45,000 dock workers have just begun a strike at 36 ports. From Maine to Texas, the picketing began about 4 hours ago.
Short term, experts say Hawaii is unaffected. Our Eddie Dowd is in Honolulu Harbor with the potential long-term impacts.
Shipments to Honolulu Harbor are not expected to be impacted because they largely come from the West Coast. But some experts say if this labor dispute on the East Coast is prolonged for several weeks or months, it could lead to overall price increases for some goods nationwide. While Hawaii is far from the
For some reason, I thought that it went all the way. Why? Oh my god. I'm such an idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This is what happens, folks. Sometimes not on top of it as much as I'd like to be, and in my head I've got a situation figured out, and then someone rips that away from me by pointing something out like this.
Of the latest
Doesn't
dock strike,
include
the
California,
New York
Oregon, or
Times
Washington.
says analysts estimate the shutdown could cost the U.S. economy $5 billion per day, and a loss like that will likely have ripple effects.
It's unfortunate for a lot of folks. Prices just keep coming up. They don't. Just seems like there's no end to it.
In May, the U.S. Consumer Price Index found Honolulu had the nation's highest inflation rate at more than 5.2% a year, about 40% higher than the national average. The financial firm Smart Asset says to live comfortably in Honolulu, a single adult needs to make an annual salary of $112,000. ZipRecruiter says the state's average is just $52,000.
The commonality across all of the stories that we hear is that families are living on the economic brink.
Housing nonprofit Family Promise of Hawaii says in the past year, calls for assistance have gone up 44%.
It could be
Now, the fact is that much of the inflation crisis is due to corporate greed. We've gone over story after story about corporate collusion and consolidation, allowing for greed to eviscerate the wallets of the average American out there, and it's really will this possibly increase prices in some places due to a lack of supply? Perhaps. But much of the inflation we've seen over the last, 4 or 5 years has been pretty much, the more and more we look into it, seemingly driven entirely by just corporate greed. Alright, now let's go here. ABC, Philadelphia. Dock workers at ports from Maine to Texas go on strike.
This morning, a massive dock worker strike. Thousands of people on the picket lines at 14 ports across the country.
Because nothing's going to move without us. Nothing.
International Longshoremen's Association President Harold Daggett rallying union members outside New York City as the strike began.
I want to tell you all what you're doing is right. This is going down in history, what we're doing here.
Union members say they want a 77% wage increase over 6 years and a total ban on the automation of cranes, gates, and container moving trucks.
Employers push automation under the guise of safety, but it is really about cutting labor costs to increase their already exceptionally high profits.
The United States Maritime Alliance represents the ports. The group offered dock workers a nearly 50% pay increase, pledging to keep limits on automation.
The workers are going to lose a lot of income during the strike, and the managers who manage the ports are going to feel the effects of lost sales and profits through the ports, and that's going to put pressure on both of them to lower their expectations.
A prolonged strike could be crippling, potentially costing the American economy up to $7.5 billion in 1 week, leading to delays and price increases on everything from new cars to fresh fruit.
We're deeply concerned about the impact that a strike could have on our supply chains, especially when it comes to critical goods like medical supplies and others.
God, I hate her.
President Biden could force union members back to work if the strike is considered a danger to the...
Go to hell, local. Alright. Let's move on. I'm sorry, she just bugs the hell out of me. Alright, let's go here. CBS Miami.
Now at 6, tens of thousands of dock workers who run major shipping ports along the East and Gulf Coast could walk off the job as early as midnight, including right here in South Florida. CBS News Mommy's Ted Scouten joins us now with how the strike could disrupt the national supply chain.
At midnight, some 25,000 dock workers nationwide could walk.
By the way, I just looked it up while we were looking at this because in my mind, like when I saw some of these like titles, it made sense that there was just the whole country, right? And you know, but apparently, and I don't know why this is. I'm kind of curious. Might look into this later, but apparently there's two different unions for dock workers, and one of them covers the West Coast. The other one covers essentially the rest of the country, right? You know, the Gulf and and the East Coast. And I don't know why that is, but apparently the West Coast already came to some sort of agreement with workers, which is why they aren't currently on strike or even planning a strike at this time.
Off the job that includes workers at both Port Everglades as well as Port Miami. Cargo sent in shipping containers could come to a crawl for many East Coast and Gulf ports, including Port Miami and Port Everglades. Longshoremen union members may go on strike for better pay and job protection. Johnny Dixon is president of the local chapter in Fort Lauderdale.
Our members top out at $39 an hour. We are looking for a 77%, close to a 77% increase. That's over the next 7 years. And when you look at the cost of inflation, that's more than reasonable.
These are big gears moving. This is going to take a major impact on the economy.
Some economists say a prolonged strike could lead to retail shortages and price hikes. Craig Austin is an associate professor at FIU, specializing in logistics and supply chain issues.
We're talking about it could be something as simple as bananas out of Central America, alcohol. It could be automobiles, car parts.
It's concerning to shoppers.
Prices are already terribly high. A lot of people can't afford just to go to the grocery store. I've seen prices go up.
At Port Everglades, the biggest commodities going in and out of...
Yeah, and the thing is a lot of people can't afford to go to the grocery store. And yet, the people who are benefiting from all this sort of stuff, right? People who actually own the ports, people who own the shipping companies, and the companies using said shipping companies and ports. You know, they're so wealthy they can go around buying grocery stores, you know, and the inequality is really the thing that we need to address, right? And we need to talk about whether or not profit seeking is in fact to some degree at this time causing people, specifically just regular people, serious problems, right? And with zero, because the fact is there's nothing in law saying that you can't jack up your prices suddenly, right? And the question is that I'm asking right now is whether or not there should be. Whether or not there should be some sort of more scrutiny around this. Granted, the FTC, the DOJ, they've been doing some work, but as we've seen, not all of it has even stuck. We've seen courts attempting to attack it. Well, not it, but the work that they've been doing. I guess you can anyway.
Port are fruit and vegetables, apparel, and machinery. What will not be affected is gasoline shipments at Port Everglades and South Florida's huge cruise industry.
If you have a family going on vacation on one of the cruise ships out of South Florida, that's not going to be affected, all right, because they don't want to go near that.
If the strike happens, it won't completely shut down cargo shipments. While most dock workers are longshoremen union members, some are not. Port Everglades tells us a strike would impact 41% of containerized cargo. Both Port Everglades and Port Miami have set up areas where those workers can picket if they go on strike. We should know again around midnight if that's going to happen.
I mean, this is why they want to automate. I mean, they'd say that that's not why. They just want to, improve safety. They want to improve efficiency and all this other stuff. But they're sick of having to pay people more and more all the time and having to deal with healthcare costs and Stuff like that. Oh, so repressive. Matt Leck won the debate. Which debate? How did the VP debate? How did Matt Leck win the debate? I don't understand. He wasn't even debating. Was he playing Tim Walz? He does a really good Tim Walz impression. It's actually impressive. All right. Let's go on here because the strike began, and shortly after it, things got out of hand.
Yeah, what are we gonna do? No work without a fair contract. No work without a fair contract.
We're at the end of a 6-year contract. Okay. And we are in negotiations now for a fair contract. A fair contract. Okay? And a contract not filled with automation. What they need to do is pay these men and women a fair wage. They made billions and billions and billions of dollars, okay? All right, billions and billions and billions of dollars, okay? And during COVID, they ripped off the whole industry, they ripped the government off and every damn body else during COVID, okay? Now, we want them to pay back. They're going to pay back. We mean business. We're going to do it as long as it needs to be done.
Actually, let's keep watching this one. This isn't the one I meant to go to, but this is actually...
This is not something that you start and you stop.
There's actually another video I wanted to go to. I forgot that I had this one in between them.
Okay? This is not something that you start and you stop. We're not weak. We're not weak. What we control, as far as the economy is concerned, okay, is unbelievable. Okay? We may be 60,000 members from Maine to Texas, but what we control in the economy is billions and billions and billions of dollars every day. Every day. Okay?
Okay. Now let's go to this. Where things got genuinely out of hand. Not on the, if I'm not being clear, not on the behalf of the workers. It was not them who got out of hand. They were just doing what they're fully, legally within their rights to do.
We start the top of the hour this morning with a Fox 5 News alert. Thousands of dock workers are on strike, causing ports across the U.S. to close.
Yeah, in total, 36 ports shutting down, including the port of Baltimore. Melanie Allenwick is there right now live, and she appears to be telling us since this morning that it's been heating up there, and it hasn't been a pleasant sight for many folks, especially the drivers coming in.
That's right. So for some people, I think it might have been a bit of a surprise. However, this has been in the news that it could be happening for a few weeks now. So you can see the picket lines behind me here. And this is the main entrance to the Port of Baltimore, the Dundalk Terminal. And you'll see they're walking around the picket lines in circles. Now, Baltimore police were here earlier reminding the picketers that they cannot block the entrance to the port. The longshoremen walked off the job at 12:01 a.m. There was confusion and anger as picketers initially tried to stop trucks from entering, and it did turn violent.
I come here for 7 years. I pull the trash and the debris out of here for the Port of Baltimore, and the officer told me to come back and go in there to get out of my way, and they attacked me and broke the windshield and lacerated my face. Look at it.
Illegal. Now, we don't know exactly what happened. The union members said the truck hit one of the picketers as they swarmed around it. We did see an ambulance come to assist, and we know that that gentleman did speak with police officers. Again, we'll let the authorities sort out exactly what happened there. Now, 45 members of the International Longshoremen's...
Well, from that video, I wish I had more of this fucking video. But look at this video. This truck almost runs this girl over right here.
Exactly what happened there.
Woman, just short, so I thought she was younger, but it wouldn't make sense. But seriously, look. I mean, look how close he gets.
45 members of the
Jesus
International
Christ.
Longshoremen's Association. I'm sorry, 45.
Zero regard for human life.
1,000 members. That's a big difference in a number, isn't it? They have all been asking for a 77% pay increase over 6 years and a ban on automation at their ports, a threat to their jobs, they say. Now, most retailers stocked up on goods prior to the strike, but if it lasts more than a few weeks, supply chain experts say it's consumers who are going to feel the direct impact of higher prices.
So basically every single news outlet is here crying about consumers. Oh, it's the consumers who we have to worry about. These horrible, horrible workers want to make life worse for everybody. We won't be able to get our Amazon packages fast enough. God, the fucking pearl clutching. Okay. Well, like I said, it's going to be a truncated stream, so that's the end of the first half already. Alright, if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button and be sure to subscribe. Both very important. Truly hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. Once you've finally gotten done liking and subscribing, I'd like to throw something your way here. In terms of ideas, let me suggest one to you. Perhaps you might consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, that's right, 1, 2, 3 US dollars a month, you can become a Galactic patron on Patreon and gain access to a veritable cornucopia of benefits. Seeing things the rest of the galaxy does not see. So strongly consider it. Oh boy, I just realized how far behind the stream is. Well, I'm gonna keep talking since you're all so far behind. Throw the link in chat again. Either way, do genuinely consider becoming a patron. 3 different tiers, but the first tier will get you a beautiful, potentially. Really, it's up to you. But a avatar here, like you see, surrounding me here at the pool, or perhaps at the bar, one of the other places we have on set. Shoutouts every stream, access to the Patreon community, secret Discord channel, and much more. But if you're not a fan of Patreon for whatever reason, it's too much hassle, you could also give us support on PayPal, Cash App, or Twitch. Alright, chat, well, space break. So grab yourselves a snack. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Alright. That. Bacula sounds too close to baculum. I guess just don't think about it. That would be my recommendation. Alright, let's start this off here because I feel like everything is depressing in this stream that we're about to do. There's only so many things we're about to talk about, but we're about to talk about them a lot. So I figured we would give us one tiny glimmer of hope out there in the world. But it's time for us to start the environmental half of the stream. You may be able to guess what part of this entails. But yeah, Hurricane Helene is going to be on the docket list as the aftermath of this hurricane is just truly wild. And I have some more information for you after that, which is not... Well, you'll see. Anyways, let's start here. Let's go to the San Diego Zoo. Who doesn't like the zoo? So what you just witnessed there were two male flamingos who are now fathers, taking care of a young baby chick flamingo. I think you call them chicks. Anyway, I thought I would just brighten our day up with some gay flamingos here before we talk about the destruction caused by Hurricane Helene, which is coming up right now. So brace yourself for that. The fact is, you know, Hurricane Helene happens to be in pink flamingo territory, if you will. Natural territory. 311 to 33. Yeah, we got a lot more subs. Last 48 hours. It's been looking pretty good. Just got to keep it up. Can't give it up. All right. Hurricane Helene. Let's start here with another reminder that insurers, well, they're going to be planning on doing some fucked up to people in the aftermath of Helene.
Now to the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, Contessa Brewer joins us right now with a closer look at the extent of the damage. And Contessa, what we've seen so far has been unbelievable.
I mean, the pictures alone are jaw-dropping. And then you think, this is so widespread that I'm being told this could end up as a top 5 or maybe even a top 3 hurricane in terms of extent and scope. But AccuWeather's out with a jaw-dropping early estimate between $95 billion and $110 billion. The impact on infrastructure, severe. Hundreds of roads, including interstate highways, washed away or buried in landslides, dams overtopping on the brink of failure. Millions of people lost electricity, and Georgia Power calls it the worst hurricane in the company's history. Most of the damage is the result of flooding. We saw record-breaking storm surges around Tampa and elsewhere on Florida's Gulf Coast, and drenching rain that inundated mountain towns and inland cities that traditionally don't brace for hurricane impact. Property insurance will not cover damage from flooding. The Insurance Information Institute told me in most of the hardest hit places, fewer than 1% of properties have flood insurance. Guy Carpenter generated this map.
That is fucked up. That is fucked up. 1% of people. 1% of people. Oh my god. Okay, so as you can see here, from what is this, basically a sand color to a dark blue color, somewhere between 0% and 2.5%, all the way up to more than 55% of the dark blue areas. I think the only real dark blue area appears to be Key West, all the way down here. Which means that, you know, aside from the coastline, most of this area, Georgia, South Carolina, interior of North Carolina, Tennessee here, all just no insurance, somewhere between 0 and 2.5%. That is bad.
Data from the national.
We have 40 likes. That's a lot of likes. We only have 2 support characters. That's half as many as we should have. 7 and a 13. Okay.
Insurance program to illustrate how few flood insurance.
Pink Panther or bust? What, are you trying to go against the dice? That's ridiculous. You can't go against the dice. What is this? Anarchy? Space anarchy? Who's in charge of this exactly? Who's running this situation right now? It's the dice. It's not me. It's not you. We don't decide who we get. You can't just start up revolts in chat to try and change the results of the die. Got Jocelyn Bell Burnell and Archer added to the mix. Hopefully that's good enough for you. Why didn't that work? There we go. Okay, back to this.
Policies are in effect. Let me explain it. Everything that you're looking at in the center that is tan, so only the coastal areas which are blue, everything that's tan is less than 2% coverage with flood insurance. The exception, of course, about what gets covered is in auto insurance. If you have a comprehensive policy, it covers the flood damage. I did reach out to Allstate, which says it's just too early to have a handle on the scope of impact, but that their mobile units are now heading to multiple states to facilitate incoming claims. Other experts tell me that the sheer geographic enormity of Helene's damage illustrates how changing weather patterns are keeping the underwriters guessing. Then I had a late conversation last night with the CEO of Neptune Flood Insurance. It's the second largest flood insurer after the National Flood Insurance Program. And he said to me, look, this is the worst damage I've ever seen. He said, well, you're about to see home values, real estate values in Florida plummet. Why? Because they're not insured. People are living on fixed.
This guy looked really uncomfortable when he heard her say that. He's like, what? I'm sorry, I was sleeping here. It was almost like a Ron Burgundy moment. I'm sorry, what? Somebody say the network? He's like, somebody say Florida insurance values? I mean, I'm sorry, Florida real estate values, huh? What? I'm paying attention.
He said, well, you're about to see home values, real estate values in Florida plummet. Why? Because they're not insured. People are living on fixed income, but their homes were paid off. They opted not to have insurance. And so what happens is they're going to need the cash. They'll sell the land for whatever they can get for it and then go find something else. My expectation is that this is going to make the housing crisis that we already are seeing much, much worse. Because if you look at a place like Asheville, which has been listed as a place to go and retire, an amazing place, you could get a lot for your money, you have people going there and losing their homes and not having insurance for it. And then what? So the pressure on labor, the pressure on materials right now, you're going to have a mad dash for crews to go in and try to repair, plus the infrastructure.
Just the idea of how you put these pieces back together. I mean, if you've ever been around a flood area after a hurricane, you know it can take a year and a half. This is such a widespread area. This is going to take years to try and rebuild. If you're looking at Asheville.
Yeah, it could genuinely take years to rebuild. She is not wrong. And, you know, I'm not going to spoiler what, well, it's not really a spoiler. You'll see, though, later on here, that they may have less time to recover than they think. All right, now, we're going to start off talking. This is my way of sort of segueing. This is going to, you know what, I should have done it this way anyway. Whatever. Let's just start this. Let's get in here. So, multiple political figures, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. I think Kamala Harris is in there too. Although, what happened to... I thought I had... Maybe this video got taken out. Either way, multiple political figures responded to this storm. Let's see how that went.
Well, thank you very much. Hurricane Helene.
I'm confused. I'm very confused. What is happening here? Did they really build Donald Trump a wall? They built him a little brick wall? I don't understand. I don't understand. Why do this? Is this symbolic because Donald Trump wants to build the wall? Is that what this is supposed to be? I don't think this wall is going to be doing what you people supposedly want. Okay.
Well, Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene turned out to be a big one, like just about the biggest that anyone's seen. I spoke with all of the relief people, all of the people that do this for a living and do this at least to help, and they said they've never seen one this bad. Valdosta has been ravaged. The town is very, very badly hurting. And many thousands are without power. They're running low on food and fuel. We brought a lot of it down with us. As you know, our country is in the final weeks of a hard-fought national election. But in a time like this, when a crisis hits, when our fellow citizens cry out in need, none of that matters. We're not talking about politics now. We have to all get together and get this solved.
We're not talking about politics. What do you call this right now? You're not in office, right? You're a private citizen, but you're currently wearing a campaign hat, standing behind a podium, giving a speech during a presidential campaign. Not political. I really care about North Carolina. I mean Georgia, wherever this is. I don't know. Seems okay.
A lot of help. They have to have a lot of help down here. We look out for one another. We pull together. We pitch in. We persevere, and we pull it through. That is really the American spirit. That's what made America originally great.
Thank you, Mr. President, for coming
First thing.
and helping to put a spotlight on this city, this state, and this region that has lost so much. Thank you. May God bless you, Mr. President.
He's not the president. Thank you for calling me Mr. President. If you were a crooked Democrat, you'd call me the former president. But you know I actually won the crooked election. Just needed 11,000 votes. It's basically your fault, Georgia. This is what you get. You don't give me the election, you get a hurricane. What? Alright, let's go here. This was Donald Trump talking to a couple of locals at this Georgia speech he gave amidst the rubble.
We do need some help from the federal government.
Oh,
They have to
whoa,
get together.
wait, what?
Ideally with the governor.
The federal government? Isn't that the... Hold on, wait, let me take that back. Who's in charge? Oh, no. Biden is in charge of the federal government. We're gonna have to get somebody else. Maybe Elon. Sorry for saying the federal government.
Need some help from the federal government. They have to get together. Ideally with the governor. The governor needs to, he's been trying to get them, and I'm sure they're going to come through.
Huh?
But he's been calling the president, hasn't been able to get.
Donald Trump, sure, the federal government. Joe Biden's federal government will come through. He's got a lot of faith in Joe Biden, apparently.
I'm sure they're going to come through. But he's been calling the president, hasn't been able to get him. But they'll come through, I'm sure. And Georgia and North Carolina need the help probably worst of all, but North Carolina has really been hit. They have really been hit. They say nobody's seen anything like that at all.
Nobody's ever seen it, besides from Florida, and Tennessee, and the rest of the places nearby. Wait, there was definitely footage. I could have sworn there was footage of him with people in here. I could have sworn. Did I hallucinate it? I guess that could happen.
Every part of these communities has been affected by this brutal storm, and countless Georgia cotton and pecan farmers. The farmers have been affected, Kelly, very, very badly.
My pecan pie. Let me just get some pecan pie, okay, people? That's what I'm most concerned about. I know people lost their homes, but man, those pecan farmers, they're having a really tough time.
Very, very badly. And I love those
Totally
farmers.
not political.
And we're going to take care of the farmers. There's no question about it. Their crops and their livelihoods have been so badly affected. Swift actions needed to get the farmers access to loans and disaster recovery aid to help them quickly get back on their feet so they can help our nation prosper. I always support our great farmers and agricultural communities, and just go out. I know that the help is going to be there, and Help will soon be on its way. There's no question about that. With the path to full and complete recovery, we will work very hard. It won't be easy because this one is so bad, but we know in our hearts, God is with us. God is strongly with us, and that the American people are stronger than any challenge that stands in our way. We have a lot of challenges, and
wow, apparently God is with us. Godly man Trump, well, he basically take that word to the bank. I talk to God on the regular. Whoopsies. Just push the desk a little bit there. All right, fix it. Okay. Here's Joe Biden.
I want to express condolences to all the families whose loved ones have died or are missing. Matter of fact, it's almost equally as bad missing, not knowing whether or not your brother, sister, husband, wife, son, daughter are alive. And we all know that a lot of us have experienced that, and we understand what you're going through. And to the survivors, I want you to know the administration is going to be there, and we just talked about this, until we finish the job. It's going to take a hell of a long time and a serious amount of assets. Additionally, Governor Cooper and I have spoken about my traveling to North Carolina and to survey the damage as soon as I can without taking resources or diverting resources on the ground. And we're going to stay as long as it takes when we get this thing going. But I'm going to North Carolina on Wednesday, it's planned now. We're going to be landing in Raleigh for a briefing with the Emergency Operations Center. And I'll then do an aerial tour of Asheville. It's too much for me in terms of interrupting access to help there to land and to survey the damage other through the air. And then it's my plan to travel to Georgia and Florida as soon as possible after that.
Donald Trump has accused both of you of ignoring the disaster.
He is lying. Let me get this straight. He's lying. And the governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, I've spent time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this. And the reason I get so angry about it, I don't care about what he says about me, but I care what he communicates to the people that are in need.
You don't know why he does it, Joe? It's because if Donald Trump always told the truth, people wouldn't like him very much. When am I going to get a QR code? Good question. Good question. I'm not as cool as the majority report, okay? Can't be doling out QR codes all over the place. They don't grow on trees. It's not as if you can just generate QR code from a hyperlink or something. All right, let's go here. Let's look at some of the footage, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which is truly just breathtaking, not the right word, really. Just shocking. This is actually during the storm. This is footage of a man who was trapped inside of, I believe, an apartment building. All right, now let's just go straight into it. Let's start in Florida.
Welcome back to the Pinellas Beaches. JB here with meteorologist Eric Stone, and in Eagle 8 HD, we've got News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson as we follow Eagle 8 HD live at the Pinellas Beaches, and it is an absolute disaster here for multiple reasons.
By the way, the title of this video that we're watching right now is, quote unquote, "The beachfront is in their home." It does appear like the beach has decided to make itself at home.
The reasons why is the sand. An immeasurable amount of sand has piled up here on the roadways, being pushed in by record level storm surge as a result of Hurricane Helene, a Category 4 monster that made landfall in Florida's Big Bend, but not without leaving its mark on the Tampa Bay area. Let's check in with News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson in Eagle 8 HD. Jeff, have you ever seen this much sand not where it's supposed to be?
JB, it's just stunning how much sand has come in, tons and tons of sand. And I can tell you, I know that crews have been out here 24 hours a day. They brought huge lights out here so they can work at night. You see a backhoe down there right now working to clear sand from a roadway. But there is much more work to be done. I was up in Paso Grill the other day, and they worked to clear those streets. But now we are above Sunset Beach, and there's a lot more work to be done. Those huge piles of sand are stacking up in front of people's homes. There's debris in the sand, so they can't just push it out back onto the beach. They'll have to go through it, make sure that it is clear of debris before they can put it back. Basically, what you're seeing is essentially sand dunes and beach front that has now come.
Yeah, sudden sand dune, basically. Overnight sand dune. Just sort of just wild and surreal. Hard to even fathom how they plan to deal with this. I mean, there's like we've been hearing already. Is people saying this is going to take years to clean up. 100+ billions of dollars, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars. It's not clear yet exactly what are they called? The underwriters are still, busily calculating, and this is just insane. Just how massive the devastation is from all of this. And because when you look at it on a grand scale, it can be easy to get lost in it. But just think about this one picture and how long it would take you personally to clean up any part of this, right? And first off, I guess you just go out to the beach with it. But Jesus, I mean, how long would it take you to clear all of this sand that's not supposed to be here and get it out? It's going to be worse than snow, definitely.
Up into the beach communities, into the homes and onto the streets here for Sunset Beach. And so getting in and out of here is not easy. I know people who have homes down there, they've had to walk in to get access to their homes, and they're not able to drive in at this time. There are some emergency vehicles down there, but you cannot drive your personal vehicle in there at this time. There's still power company crews, there's still emergency crews. First responders have been going door to door to make sure that there are no more victims from this storm. So there's a lot of work to be done, and it's just enormous. The other thing I will say, JB, is, I was down at Sanibel Island, Fort Myers Beach, after Irma, and the level of destruction was different because that was also a wind event. There was clearly some storm surge, 15 feet of storm surge on Fort Myers Beach, Ian. And so I got my ice storms mixed up, Ian and Irma. That was Hurricane Ian. And the wind event destroyed buildings. We're seeing mostly intact buildings. However, when you have 5 feet of water coming in the first floor, it does significant damage. It doesn't mean that they won't be able to recover, but it's just a different kind of destruction, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking here at piles.
Yeah, and I feel like you kind of started this, one layer at a time, right? They got a bunch of debris clearly all over the fucking place. Just what appears to be a literal million tons of sand in this one neighborhood. Then you got the houses that have already been flooded, multiple feet, pretty much up to, I think, like average height in some, especially in these places, like 5+ foot storm surge went straight over all this. Just crazy.
Of sand pushed to the sides of the roadways, Jeff. Clearly the plows have made their way through, and
you hate sandy shoes. What can you imagine? Sandy everything? I mean, Jesus Christ. Literally, it would be, I feel like it would be like you're constantly at the beach even when you're at home. That would be the fucking that would just be the worst.
This earlier to Eric, this looks like a snowstorm. Like when the plow comes through in New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, and pushes all that snow off to the side of the road. I mean, that's what we're looking at here with the piles of sand. I've just never seen this volume of sand as a result of storm surge.
Yeah, and this is what you and I were talking about earlier, a different kind of aftermath where with Ian, there were a lot of...
It looks like they're walking through some sort of like post-apocalyptic party, you know? Like, is this girl back here wearing platforms? I can't tell.
Buildings, old houses that were pre-Andrew, that were completely demolished.
No, there's
lots
very
of roof damage and whatnot.
big
Windows,
shoes.
doors blown out, and you're not really seeing that here. You're seeing the storm surge itself only here. I do wonder, Jeff, if you've seen any of this sand being put back onto beaches yet. I don't think that's happening as of yet, but I did see there was some sort of bulldozer or some equipment over there on the beach. I'm just wondering if they've started.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea, Donald. We can solve the housing crisis with sand castles.
Put some of this sand back on the beach, or maybe that'll be something they do later.
So the one thing that is striking me as we're flying above it right now, you can see families walking in just pulling wagons, because if they want to have water at their house right now, they have to bring it in if they didn't pre-stock supplies before the storm, because there is no power out here, there's no running water out here, and so these individuals who are working hard to clean up their homes, get their lives back, are having to bring things in by pull wagon.
It looks like stuff got sandblasted. I don't know if this was like this already. But it does, with all that sand moving around with the 100-mile-per-hour winds. I bet a lot of stuff got a quick unasked for sandblasting.
But you're right, there are, I can see backhoes down on the beach right now, but they're cleaning debris out. They're not pushing the sand back because, again, when the sand came in from the Gulf of Mexico, from the beaches and from the sand dunes, it also brought with it chairs, aluminum, plastic, PVC fencing, other debris. They will have to go through all of that sand before they can just push it back onto the beach. This is not a simple process, or at least it's not a quick process. So there's, as we keep saying, a lot of work to be done on behalf of the cities, the municipalities, and the people who live here. Take a look at that car pushed in by the storm surge, completely surrounded by sand. We've seen a number of vehicles out here that are just basically when the storm surge came in, the sand was kind of fluid. Now it has congealed or solidified around these vehicles, and they're buried up to above the wheels in some cases in this sand. It's going to take a while to dig them out, and then of course and they lost their lives because of it. Now, unfortunately, you know, the neighbors, in one case I talked to a neighbor, and the son of the woman who was in a home called and begged for help and said, "Can you help my mother? You know, she can't get out."
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but it almost looks like this tree got uprooted over here and then dragged across the yard, or the beach, I guess, ripping everything up as it went. Isn't that what it looks like?
a 5-foot wave coming down the street. It was
Damn, the whole
impossible for
parking
them to
lot's
risk their
gone.
own lives to try to get to her. And even if they'd gotten to her, I'm not sure they could have gotten an 80-year-old woman out through 5-foot waves. It's, you know, there comes a point where it's just impossible to help. And so, you know, we implore people, especially if you have limited mobility or special needs, or someone in your family who does, or a friend who does, come up with an evacuation plan before the storm. Make sure that individual is comfortable leaving and that they have a plan before the storm. And so some people are...
Okay, let's move on. We got more to look at. Well, this is also Pinellas Beach. You can skip this one.
Yeah, and you can see that car right next to it is, you know, buried in the sand.
One shovel at a time.
I think there's another one even further up.
Well, what's interesting...
I saw another one further up.
What's interesting, it looks like they are clearly clearing a path. You just hope that it's kind of... Man, I'll tell you what, it reminds me of snow day where I grew up, right? When you would have a massive snowstorm. If your car was in a really bad spot, they would have to plow, and your car could get buried in snow if your car was in a precarious position.
This is 100 times worse than snow. Let's be really, really real. This is 100 times... You don't want this. You do not want this to happen to your car. If your car gets blasted by sand like this, it's basically totaled. It's probably totaled. It will be unusable for multiple reasons. This much sand blowing around, you know, most cars are not supposed to be essentially, you know, driven through the desert, you know, or literally buried in sand. So it turns out it's real bad. Would not recommend buying one of these vehicles. Okay. Let's go here.
Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Madeira Beach was underwater. Treasure Island was underwater. People's homes, people's houses, their cars, everything lost.
Dylan Hubbard with Hubbard's Marina giving us a first-hand look at the destruction left behind as Hurricane Helene swept through Tampa Bay.
We've seen docks torn apart. We've seen boats kicked off lifts. We see boats in the yard, as you see behind us. And Johns Pass was just devastated. I mean, 6-8 foot of water between Madeira Beach, Treasure Island.
Hubbard taking us by boat, showing us what's left of Johns Pass.
It is extremely quiet compared to how Johns Pass normally would be. It is eerie for sure.
Businesses gutted, debris lining the boardwalk after Helene wiped the town clean.
We had Adalia in my time, which was a pretty tough ride for us. We had really bad flooding. And then Ada as well was kind of historic for us. That was even a little bit.
The fact that this guy's talking about Adalia and Ada in this sort of past tense of what used to be the sort of bar of worst possible storm, I think really does tell you about how much has been damaged by this. You know, just the sort of psychology of it, right?
Flooding, and then this storm, I mean, just made those storms look like child's play.
Now Tesla's going to be offering sand cars. It's a feature.
The silence never felt so loud. Walking into an empty bar, Caddy's on Johns Pass, is unrecognizable. Hubbard tells me he's never seen anything like this, and
it's supposed to make that grinding sound. I've never had hail total my car before. No, but I also didn't say hail. Hail was not in that description. I said snow. It said snow. It was between snow and hail. Hail was not in the. When you're bringing in other weather, which feels really muddies the water, if you will, to use a Earth-based reference. With hail in there, it's a toss-up. All right, let's go on. I think hail and sand probably can both do just about as. But really, I mean, being buried in sand, the thing is, hail is going to destroy cheap, plastic body parts. It's going to destroy glass, mirrors, stuff like that. Sand, having a car buried in sand, you combine things like oil and sand, you get bad results. Super bad results. And by the way, cars are kind of covered in oil. If you were for some reason unsure about that. How do they deal with storms in Jupiter or Uranus? Good question. I'll get back to you on that. Let's focus on Earth storms right now. Wow. Just look at this one picture. Hold on, go back. Look at this one fucking picture. You can see from just this one shot. And it's a little hard with the signs here, but it's the furthest back on this drone shot that they have. But look how many empty lots there are from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. At least 15 or 16 on this one side. And then look, this entire side is just gone. Who knows how many that is? There's like 10 houses left in this picture of what I assume used to be something like 40 or 50 houses. It's like 80% of the houses all just completely obliterated all at once. Jesus Christ. GNN is your favorite delivery left? What does that what does that mean? That statement is confusing my brain. It just broke me inside a little bit. I need you to expound on that. I'm left with more questions than answers from that one. Just complete and utter devastation. If we thought the housing crisis was bad, it's about to get much, much worse. Although it does sound like there may be some shifts in why it's worse. Because we just got done listening to financial experts claiming that, housing prices in Florida and other areas, North Carolina and stuff, are going to plummet. Which, I mean, to some degree, I can see why they are predicting that right now. I'd be concerned. I'd be, if I happen to own one of these now vacant lots, I'd be making some very, big decisions here as to whether or not I sell the land to Aquaman or not. You love my delivery. See, I thought that's what you meant, but it was vague. And I didn't want to just assume that you were somehow complimenting me and my delivery, as you've so put it. Mostly because I don't think my immediate gut reaction to things is just accepting. I don't think I'm good at accepting compliments. That's part of it, right? My initial gut reaction to things isn't narcissism, it's self-doubt. Alright, let's go on. Keep it moving to other parts of this. And the fact is this situation, as we have been looking at it, seems to be getting worse. Like we were saying at the beginning of this, as things have been getting uncovered, the details of this have become more apparent. You know, yesterday or Sunday we were talking about how there was a lot of people who were missing, how there were nearly 100 people dead already at that time. And at this point, U.S. officials are concerned that the missing people, now currently at about 600, are all potentially, or at least many, dead.
U.S. officials say they fear as many as 600 people may have died after Hurricane Helene battered 6 states in the southeast of America. Over 100 people have been confirmed dead, but the concern is there are still hundreds of others who are unaccounted for. You can see some pictures here that show everyone trying to help. Aid being loaded into trucks in Florida. That's where the hurricane first made landfall. It was downgraded to a tropical storm as it moved through the states of Georgia, through the Carolinas, Tennessee and Virginia. Entire communities have been destroyed and millions still remain without power. Let's cross over to the badly hit small mountain town of Swannanoa, which is in North Carolina. And we can speak to CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry, who is there. Skylar, just take us through how things are where you are and the scene around you.
Yeah, Lucy, we have been in Swannanoa for the last day or so, getting reactions from people here who are surveying the damage following Helene. They say that they need all the help that they can get, supplies, food, water, because they are literally left in some cases without homes. Some people that we...
Is it just me, or are there other people watching this and getting like a weird feeling? Like, here's what this is the image. When I look at this, the thing that comes to mind is this is a report from the fictional timeline of The Walking Dead. Like, does it not give you that feeling like this man is literally giving a report from some sort of fictional apocalyptic like TV series or something? And the fact is if they were going for Walking Dead set, I think they nailed it. To be honest, it's pretty on point. Okay, that's crass. It's too soon. It's too soon.
With have been looking at their homes, assessing the damage. One couple that we talked to chainsawing their way inside of their house just to see the damage that was left behind. Now, as you can see, the floodwaters were up almost to where that roof is in this exact area, and that is how high the waters were at the peak of this storm. So much so that people here had to evacuate as quickly as they could. There were mandatory evacuation orders in several counties and communities in this region. Some of those, unfortunately, did not make it out. As you pointed out, the death toll continues to climb here in Buncombe County alone. 40 people, at least, have been confirmed dead, but officials have stressed that they are still trying to make their way to some of those hard-to-reach areas, especially in these mountain regions that roads may potentially be cut off because of downed trees or power lines or simply washed away.
With so
Okay. Let's keep this moving. Let's go to North Carolina here. This lake is still completely filled with debris. Here's the AP's footage of it. Whoa, is the stream lagging again? Why? You know, I feel like it's been doing this lately. Recently, I postulated that because we've been getting massive surges in viewers, and we're not a monetized stream, that YouTube does not have priority for us on their servers, and it causes it to lag. I could be wrong about that hypothesis, but I have heard things about this in the past. That is one of many situations which is going to just take an incredible amount of time and effort to
joining us now
to clean up.
Stephen Pruitt.
I mean, can you
He
imagine?
left Asheville and is now at the Dallas-Fort Worth.
Can you imagine how much time it would take to get all of that out of that lake? I mean, let's just go back and look at it again, real quick. Just, I mean, I know we've seen these pictures, but I mean, they're worth a second, third look. Just go here to the middle and pause. Like, can you imagine? Like, there's a lake under here. There's supposed to be a lake under here. And the only way to increase subscribers is to share the stream. Well, we've been increasing subscribers pretty quickly recently. You know, for a while I wasn't clipping content at all. In the last month, our subscribers have been going up a lot faster ever since I started really going hard on the clipped content. But like, can you just for a second imagine? Because I don't know how deep this lake is, but let's just assume, because there's boats and all this stuff on it, that it's at least in some places deeper than average human height, right? So that you'd have to be swimming to be, you know, not drowning out there. Well, aside from the fact that this is covered in rubble. But how do you even begin to clean up this mess right here? This is insane. Like, you just one at a time, for like, you know, piece by piece, pick it up from shore? You get like some sort of grappling hook situation going, or like a backhoe. I mean, the fact is, the backhoe is only going to be effective for a certain distance. A lot of dragnet usage. All right, let's move along. Let's look at this. Examining Hurricane Helene's shocking impact in North Carolina. Yes, let's examine it.
Joining us now, Stephen Pruitt. He left Asheville and is now at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to give us a view from the ground on what is unfolding. Stephen, thank you so much for giving us some time. You, as we're looking at now on the screen, captured some really telling and awful footage from your time on the ground there in North Carolina. What were you doing there? How bad was it? How'd you get out?
Well, I'm from Asheville, so I live in the area, and East Asheville specifically, the Swannanoa area, which is the Swannanoa River Valley, got hit about the hardest. I actually just moved to the east side over there a few months ago, but I own a media production company here in town, so I'm a photographer and videographer, drone pilot, and so I was out documenting it for some media agencies. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely by far the worst thing we've ever had. We were saying it was
wow,
the worst one in 100 years, but they're saying the one.
Welcome to Moe's.
was in 1916 that pretty much put Asheville underwater was 10 feet less than this one. So it's pretty bad.
Wow. So what was your expectation when you landed in North Carolina for this assignment, and compare that to just what you saw and what we're looking at here in video?
Well, I'm actually based out of Asheville, so I didn't fly in. I'm from there. But my studio is actually in the River Arts District, which is the lowest point in Asheville, so it's pretty much gone. But I think we were expecting something akin to the 2004. I believe it was Hurricane Ivan. We were expecting somewhere around 20 feet of water. We ended up getting 31 feet of water.
All of this is just insane. And the fact is I've been leading up to this, and I'm going to, since we're at least halfway through this, I'm just going to say it. People in the South need to brace a second time, because there is a hurricane currently in the Gulf. Well, not a hurricane, but a tropical storm formation happening, going through the Gulf, headed towards the Gulf right now. Okay, and there's multiple in the Atlantic coming off of Africa's west coast. And the fact is, we talked about how the NOAA had predicted earlier this year that it would be a historically bad hurricane season, and it seems like that is now starting to come to fruition to some degree. By the way, if you're considering writing a Substack about me, that'd be awesome. If you could share that on our Discord, that'd be super cool. I don't know if you're in the Discord yet. All right. Let's go here to Marshall, North Carolina. According to the Washington Post, residents are shaken to the core.
We lost everything. We lost buildings. We lost irreplaceable cultural heritage. Flood waters crested at 27 feet. I always knew this town would flood. We prepared for 19 feet was the projection. And 19 feet's not great, but that's like, you know, manageable.
Is it manageable? First off, you're covered in mud. You're you're sort of like the visual representation of not managed right now. so super hot. And then, you know, I don't know if you've noticed what's behind you. It seems not super managed. Maybe I'm overlooking some detail that perhaps he's seeing on the ground.
27 feet is just a different story.
Hey, brother. I've been here since '96. I've been a river person most of that time, and this river has never been so angry.
I watched all the windows break out of my friend's coffee shop, and the whole entire restaurant floated down the street, and that's when I left. So,
talk about going down with the ship. Literally waiting for the shop to float away before leaving. You'd think you'd take a hint somewhere in between the initial flooding and that, but hey, I mean...
This is safe and fine. It's a construction business. So we're down here today with all of our heavy machinery.
That's sad. I mean, this whole thing is sad. Every single one of these stories is incredibly sad. How do you do it? How do you join Discord? Oh yeah, just click the Discord link. By the way, quick reminder to anybody who has recently become a patron, remember to answer the questionnaire sent to you by me so that we can get your name on the shout out and a avatar for you on the set.
pushing debris and mud and loading it and carting it out. And we're serving a support crew with snacks and water and running that down in through town with hand sanitizer and hugs.
I'm an extremely optimistic human being to a fault, but you know, this is.
As it turned out, that was actually coming through just brilliantly. I mean, like the fact that you waited for the fucking shop to float away, that was my first sign that you were an incredibly optimistic human. And to some degree, I applaud it, right? It's like, I wish I could have that level of optimism for something. Oh, actually, I guess I do have that for this stream. How long have we been going on this again? I guess it's all just relative, isn't it?
Taking me to the core, and you know, it's just tough to put it into words. Life is like suspended. It's gonna take months.
Jesus
years
Christ.
to come back from this.
Looks like the bottom of a lake got drained. This is fucking insane. I think we've actually seen this video. I think it's been reposted. Let's go here. This is Asheville, North Carolina's mayor. An interview with the CNN? No, NBC.
And let's bring in the mayor of Asheville, Esther Mannheimer. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Mayor. What are your most pressing needs right now?
Right now, we are still in a crisis mode. We are still in recovery, literally trying to recover, unfortunately, folks that have perished in this tragedy, and also confirm whether or not there are folks that we just simply haven't reached yet that are still in remote areas that are cut off because roads are washed out, bridges are washed out. But our most pressing need after life-saving measures is water. We have our water systems down. We need to be able to bring in drinking water. That started happening on a large scale today, and we're going to need to continue that effort because we could see a loss of our water distribution system for possibly weeks. So we need to continue to bring in water, drinking water.
Wow. No water for weeks? That is rough. How big is Asheville? I think it's got to be at least a couple 100,000, right? Might be more. Population 100,000 in Asheville, North Carolina. I don't know if that includes the county. I think it's just the city. It's probably, with the county included, somewhere close to 200,000. So a lot of places like this are.
Folks, non-potable water for folks so they can flush the toilets, basic things like that. We also need food. We have a long list of items that you can imagine every household would need. If you have children, you need baby formula, you need diapers, we need just cleaning supplies, all kinds of things that you need when you have a situation where you have no power, no water, and you just need to make sure that people can get by each day.
Yeah, not only are people, you know, going out without water, but people are trapped for many reasons. Many reasons. Lack of transportation. As we saw earlier, the inability to transport oneself with transportation, like with the sand. You got the, you know, the just myriad roads and bridges that are down that we've seen. And so, you know, the impact of this is, I mean, it's honestly still unfolding, and it's truly just a sick joke that there is more tropical activity heading towards the United States right now.
Mayor, you're describing so much need there, and then we're showing roads that don't exist anymore and breaks in a lot of the infrastructure there. How is the infrastructure, and are you able to get to all those places where people are in need?
So Asheville is in the center of a county, Buncombe County, and a lot of what you're seeing is in the city, but also outside the city. So that you're looking at image right now down in our Biltmore Village, which is in the city. So we have catastrophic failures of our transportation system throughout the city. So roads washed out, bridges washed out. Still places because we have no communication. I can't emphasize this enough.
Wow. There are areas that is just, the devastation is just total, it seems like. Got a few standing buildings and everything else is just gone. It's not just the places on the coast, clearly. The fact is a lot of places were just not set up for this kind of flooding. They were not prepared for these kinds of storms because they are new. Because of the state of the climate right now. Massive storms like this going inland in the way that these are doing, something of a new phenomenon. But you know, when you have something like the Gulf sitting at the bottom of the United States, getting ever hotter, providing more and more fuel for storms like this, in a way we have to brace ourselves and consider what we're going to do to avoid things getting worse. I mean, let alone figuring out how to maybe prevent future catastrophes like this from happening at such a frequency. Let's keep it going. Let's go to here, to Tennessee. This is from 18 hours ago. 6 dead, 100 missing still in East Tennessee. Just East Tennessee. After disastrous flooding. You have to wait 10 minutes before being able to read this. Well, okay, that's true. You also have to make sure after that 10 minutes to accept the rules. Anybody who's new to the Discord, always make sure that you've accepted the rules. Otherwise, you're just going to be looking at a blank Discord. When in fact, it's a very full, vibrant place of beautiful people. And much intellectual discussions. Also memes, cat memes. Just really just a bunch of stuff happening in there. But yeah, we just have that set up for, you know, simple security purposes, really. Here's a question to you. Because it just sort of came to me just now. Maybe it hasn't for you, so let's have this moment together. What do you do when your house is surrounded by raging floodwaters? Do you stay in it? Do you go to the top? Do you try to find a way to get to the roof? Or what? Do you brave the water? I'm just wondering. Maybe I should start a poll. I'm gonna start a poll, actually. Let's do this. This is one of those moments where staying inside I feel like winds up giving you a unexpected Goosebumps adventure that might end really badly. Somehow even potentially worse than going into the water. Also, the roof would have been a bad choice in this particular scenario. Holy shit. What in the actual fuck? There were 2 fucking houses there a second ago. Now they're gone. I guess it's just gonna take a trip down the road, it seems. Holy shit. That is wild. Alright, that's enough of our little Goosebumps adventure in chat. Seemingly most of you chose roof. Second choice was stay inside. Third was brave the water. You think duck wins? Well, of course duck wins. Of course duck. I mean, ducks are always going to win in a flood scenario, I think. At least versus humans. Humans versus duck in a flood. %7 of ducks said they would go in the water. Okay.
Search efforts continue in East Tennessee as more than 100 people have been reported missing. And as of this morning, there are 6 confirmed deaths. TEMA estimates that number is only going to continue to rise over the next few weeks. National and state organizations have boots on the ground and in the air for that search. National Black Hawk helicopters are being continuously dispatched to East Tennessee to look for survivors and also deliver supplies while they're there. Since Friday, they've conducted more than 100 air rescues and delivered 30,000 pounds of food. On the ground, the TWRA, they're going door to door to account for those missing, in some cases risking their lives to find some families.
Jesus. This is a month before the election, and I feel like it's a guarantee that at least a couple polling places got washed away by this hurricane. Now, you may have completely missed this news, as I honestly did. So if I missed it, I feel like many people missed it, since I'm just have my eyes just glued to my feed most days. The other side of North America also got pummeled by a completely different hurricane. You might be thinking to yourself, what would you drum up? And for that, I would not blame you. But that's right, Mexico actually got hit by a completely different hurricane called Hurricane John, and it absolutely decimated areas like Acapulco. Let's go here, I guess. Why? This timeline sucks. Oh, wait, sorry. One last one. Sorry. In America still. Then we'll go to Mexico.
The Smiths are one of many families in North Carolina that have been left homeless in the wake of Hurricane Helene. Flooding caused by the storm caused the creek behind their home to rise into a torrent, sending a boulder through a bedroom wall and demolishing 3 of the 4 walls of their house. Aaron, his wife, and their 2 sons were able to escape with a single suitcase, but they aren't sure when they'll be able to return to their tiny hamlet of Bat Cave.
There's nothing left. The firefighters are telling us it's going to be at least 6 months before we see our house again. And frankly, I doubt very much that it'll be that fast. So. Hey, dude. Amazing.
During the storm, the nearby Broad River rose to levels never seen before, washed away homes, and broke through the town's bridge. Climate scientists describe the devastation in the region as a 1,000-year event.
When it comes to where we're going to go from here, I guess anywhere but here. I don't see anything to go back to. We left our cars, of course. We have one suitcase, really, and so trying to figure out four people and a dog out of one suitcase. It's just surreal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a good word for it. The fact is there's literally millions of people living this right now. At least thousands, like hundreds of, like, or at least a similar scenario. I mean, have you seen how much devastation there is? Granted, I don't have the exact numbers. I'm not sure anybody does right now. They're still guessing on how many people have died. So, you know, but Gotta figure between Florida, Georgia, South North Carolina, Tennessee, there's what? 30 million people? Alright, now let's switch gears and go to Mexico, talk about Hurricane John. Holy shit, that's deeper than I thought. Wow. Well, I'd hate to be living at the bottom of this hill. Suddenly you have a pool in your living room. Vehicles struggled to drive through flooded roads in Acapulco. The tropical storm caused intense rain across several states. Meteorologists had warned of potential flash floods and landslides. The region was hit hard by Hurricane Otis, a similarly rapid, intensifying hurricane in 2023. So this was the 26th, so it was like four plus days ago that this all happened. 5 days now. Although it seems like it did last for at least a couple days.
The coastal city of Acapulco is now at the mercy of nature's fury as Hurricane John continues to wreak havoc.
Swimming pool didn't seem like a good idea there. Well, clearly nature disagreed with the builder.
What began as a mere tropical storm has quickly intensified
Holy
into
fuck.
a relentless force of destruction. For nearly
This is wild.
One of the most severe impacts has been seen along the Huacapa River, which snakes through the heart of Acapulco.
Oh, God. That sucks. The river goes straight through the city.
Once a calm, scenic waterway, it has now burst its banks, sending torrents of water through residential areas and sweeping away everything in its path.
Agregadas por la fuerza de la naturaleza. Amigos de Noticias Reporte Guerrero, usted puede
Not gonna lie, I am planning for this week to be releasing like a video about all of this flooding in general, because it's out of hand. It is out of hand. We're doing a long form video of all this stuff that we've been seeing this year, because it is genuinely terrifying. Fact is we've gone too long not worrying about rising sea levels. And now we are, as a civilization, humanity is sort of butting up against those decisions to ignore it.
Buildings, cars, and debris have been carried downstream, leaving behind chaos and destruction.
Okay. Let's go to here. This report from Wobegon. This was yesterday? No, 2 days ago. Is it Wobegon or Wobegon? Oh,
At least 22 people are reported dead as Hurricane John that left a trail of destruction dissipated over Mexico. Residents in southwestern Mexico fled homes due to the flooding. The tropical storm dumped torrential rains and caused landslides in several towns along Mexico's southwestern coast. It slammed into Mexico as a deadly Category 3 storm and dissipated before returning as a hurricane and battering the Pacific coast. The remnants of Storm John continue to bring heavy downpours and mudslides, crumbling homes in its wake. In Guerrero...
So at least 24 people dead from Hurricane John in Mexico. Jesus, the death toll from flooding right now is just ridiculous. Well, it was terrible. We had to grab what little we had and get out because the water was coming. And now I don't have anything. All of a sudden the water rushed in and we had to look for a shelter. Somewhere to take refuge. And now we are really suffering because we don't even have food. We are now in a phase of recovery, so that's why we are going to deliver food supplies in accordance with the census done by the federal government for its proper distribution. Jeez, the humanitarian situation is just out of control. It feels so helpless right now. Try and remain optimistic. I know it's tough. I know this doesn't help. But it's better not knowing that all this is happening. It would be better to just go through life blissfully unaware, perhaps. Who am I to say? I just can't help. I can't help knowing. I need to know. It's just it's a compulsion for me. I must know what's going on. This is Euro News. This is even more ridiculous.
At least 130.
Please hold. All right, so this is a Euro News story we're about to go to. It's entitled "Deadly Storm Rips Through U.S. Wild Typhoon Expected in Taiwan." So, the United States just got hit by Helene. Mexico just got hit by John. And, I mean, China just got done with Yagi. But now they're getting hit with another typhoon. Apparently, Taiwan's going to be the first one getting hit by it. And we just literally... well, I was talking about it. Now it's just... We're about to be... You'll see. Whatever. Let's just do this first.
People have died and hundreds more are still missing after Hurricane Helene tore through the US state of North Carolina in recent days. The storm also bogged down roads.
Did we talk about the strike? Yes, we talked about the strike at the beginning of the stream, right after we talked about the debate, I think.
Caused blackouts and left people stranded. This is the worst flooding the state has seen in a century, with rainfall estimates in some areas topping more than 61 centimetres. Government officials and volunteers have been working to deliver supplies by air, truck and even mule to the state's Appalachian towns and surrounding communities. In East Asia, Taiwan closed schools and offices and evacuated hundreds from vulnerable areas ahead of the strong typhoon Krathon expected to make landfall on Wednesday. The Defense Ministry...
The Defense Ministry is deploying 40,000 troops to prepare for this typhoon. Wow. Okay. I remind you of Marvin the Paranoid Android. That's hilarious. You know what? Marvin the Paranoid Android was one of our potential support characters. But he unfortunately did not win out in the vote at the Galactic UN. Which is a real thing, of course. But we do actually have a Marvin the Paranoid Android Twitch emote. If you're a fan, get access to that by becoming a Twitch Prime subscriber, or just a Twitch subscriber, but I always say Twitch Prime because you can get a free one if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber. Alright, TSMC is going to shut down again because of the typhoon. That makes sense. Alright, let's go to this. This is the hurricane report. This came out earlier today.
Let's talk about the tropics. We've got one entity far out there to the west that's got about a 90% chance of development. We've had a couple of storms that have no impact on land. We've got Tropical Storm Kirk. We've got the remnants of Joyce right here. But it's really one in the Gulf that we're keeping an eye on. However, the National Hurricane Center has downgraded it from a 50% chance to a 40% chance of development over the next 7 days. The reason this one is so significant is because
you can see it. You can see this thing right here. And as it leaves this channel right here, the same channel that Hurricane Helene just got done coming through, I'd point out, the Gulf is once again going to attempt to feed it, well, not attempt, but will feed it the warm water, and may in fact power it to becoming a larger, more powerful storm. We will see what happens, but like she said, we got storms here in the Atlantic, we got storms here. Storm's just finished going through here, and there's another storm on the other side of the Earth hitting Taiwan shortly. So, seems like it's going to get a little bit more wet out there, people. Is this an emoji challenge? It's not an emoji challenge. I just brought it up because he brought up Marvin the Paranoid Android. Just brought it up because it's a thing. A thing that exists. How are we doing on? God damn it! How did we get this? So it's supposed to be a truncated stream. It's Stupid hurricanes. Ruining my plans. I guess we'll save this for later this week. Totally fine. Alright. Final break. Oh, I guess.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago, Sting held a concert to save the Amazon right here in New York. And we're still talking about it.
Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very important. Once you've done both of those things, I'd like to take a moment to recommend you becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, you get access to just a treasure trove of benefits unseen to the rest of the Galactic my brain just broke. Seen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. There we go. I did it. Sometimes my brain isn't at peak performance. Anyways, yeah, this is how we are managing to keep ourselves alive right now. The stream is completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So, Patreon, PayPal, Cash App, Twitch, all places that you can help donate and keep the Galactic News Network alive. Alright, chat, enjoy the space intermission. I will be right back.
We need to restore what we have lost, and we need to defund the mechanisms, the perverse tax subsidies, the lending policies, and the institutional investments that fuel deforestation. It's understood that the protection It is understood that the protection and preservation of tropical forests can achieve at least 30% of the emissions reductions we need to protect the planet. On behalf, my goodness, I'm so sorry. In the movies, we get to do it over. And without the Amazon, without securing the largest standing tropical forest in the world, we cannot achieve a climate solution, and nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil, there is a way forward. Thank you, President Duque, for your leadership in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society. The people on the front lines, the the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
You joined YouTube instead of Patreon? That's not true. I saw you join the Patreon. Patreon's where it's at. You just haven't responded to the questionnaire yet, Bruno. Plus, everybody should be subscribed to the YouTube, because it's free. At least right now. Well, it's always free on YouTube, right? Unless you become like a member. It's different on all these different platforms. The language. You use the same language to mean different things. It's very annoying. But, stay subscribed to both, if you like. Certainly is much appreciated. Just remember to respond to the questionnaire that I send to all new patrons so that I can add you and your patron benefits to the stream. Okay, alright, let's get back to it. We've got really just one big thing to talk about here at the final half of the stream. 168 subs to go. That's right, Minnie. We got nearly, what was it? Anybody remember what the number was? I think we have, well, actually, no, it's even more. I think we may have gotten something like 17 subscribers today, which is a lot. Definitely puts us on pace to be monetized by the end of the month, so if you aren't already, keep spreading the good Galactic word out there. Help us get there even faster. Alright, before we get to the global news, let's do the obligatory space news. Comet streaks through the skies over Golden Gate Bridge. 332 subs. Hooray!
More than 1,100 homes have been destroyed in the worst wildfires to hit the country in a decade.
Sorry, we're not doing this one right now. We're doing this tomorrow. Sorry, chat. Already gone longer than I wanted to. It's just a fact. And I totally forgot I had videos in between this. Comet of a century seen over Golden Gate Bridge. there you go. There's your space fix for the day. It's really space from Earth, but sometimes it's the best place to enjoy space from. Okay. Now, we really only have essentially two different things to talk about today. And the first one's incredibly quick, so let's go to that first. This is a video of a Russian jet flying within feet of a US F-16 near Alaska. This is like some full-on Cold War Top Gun shit. Wrong. Like, come on. Can we settle down, people? Enough of the escalations over here. Okay, now let's go on to the Middle East. Oh my god, I just ripped my hair out of my head. Ow, that hurt. Son of a stupid headphones. Oh god, what was I doing? Oh, that's right, the Middle East. Jesus Christ. It totally feels like it ripped the thoughts out of my brain. Okay, let's go here first, just to get us talking about the Middle East. This was from earlier this week. Actually, I think this was from Friday. I think this was last week, Friday. Code Pink. What's her? Oh shit! What's her name? Oh, I think ripping my hair out of my skull just. Maybe forget her name, but Code Pink, founder lady, what's her name? I can't remember, but she's here to talk about Senator Bernard Sanders introducing a resolution to block the $20 billion aid package for Israel.
We've been waiting and waiting for Senator Bernie Sanders to introduce a joint resolution of disapproval to say no to at least some of these weapons that the U.S. has promised to send to Israel. And finally, he did it yesterday. So what have we been doing today, Edna?
Well, so Sanders introduced 6 different resolutions of disapproval targeting 6 different categories of weapons. And most of them have been signed on to by Senators Welch and Merkley. Been going around to all of the Democratic independent offices in the Senate today, making sure that they're aware of the introduction of the resolutions and encouraging them to co-sponsor those resolutions right now. And we're going to get as many votes on it as possible come November.
So now that Congress is out of session, they're in recess doing their electioneering, this is a good time to contact them, try to find them, or at least call their offices, whether it's in the national office or in the district office, and tell them you want them to join on with Bernie Sanders in this joint resolution of disapproval.
Her name is Pink? I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. Let's also not do suicide talk in chat. Okay, that's too much, man! Alright, now let's go on to what I'm sure you're all sort of essentially waiting for, which is the discussion of the increased, it almost feels like too light of a way to put it, but you know, the increased fighting in the Middle East, because it's beyond that. I mean, stuff is literally exploded, for lack of a better word. Let's start here, I guess. Gonna have to skip through a bunch of these, considering how much has happened in the last 24 hours. This will start with CNN.
After killing the leader of Hezbollah in a dramatic airstrike, Israel is stepping up the pressure on the Lebanese militant group.
Wait, this is not CNN. What just happened? Did I skip it? Oh, yeah, because we also don't need these. Actually, let's go here first, before we go to CNN. Let's go to this. This is Benjamin Netanyahu addressing the people of Iran.
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war.
Wow.
Every day, they're...
He's really projecting here. Holy shit. Blaming everyone else for the Middle East being plunged into war. Yeah, about that.
Deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Muhammad Dev. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care, if it cared about you, it would stop.
This is incredible. I mean, I can't believe he took the time to record this. Does he really think people in Iran are going to hear this speech and be like, you know what? Yeah, it's actually Iran's fault that Israel is obliterating all of its neighbors at will. It's a weird vibe. It's a really weird vibe. Who is he talking to? It's not. It is. It's absolutely who he's claiming to be speaking to right now. This is his AP, quote unquote, you deserve more. Israel PM Netanyahu addresses the people of Iran. You know, I'm not the one making this up. I mean, this is just happening right now in front of us right now. You know,
billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education and improving your health care.
Oh my God. Oh. He's giving them governmental advice from a guy receiving, you know, billions and billions and billions of dollars of U.S. aid. Jeez. You want to talk about fiscal responsibility? Why don't you start paying for all your own bombs there, BB? I've had enough. I've had enough. It's for Americans. Yeah, you're right. It is for Americans. Iranians are not listening to this shit. It's propaganda for Americans, supposedly for Iranians. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and that's absolutely a very fair analysis of what we were just listening to. All right, now let's go to CNN talking about Israel's supposedly limited ground operations.
The breaking news at this moment, Israel launching a ground operation in Lebanon. The military just announcing it's conducting raids against Hezbollah along Lebanon's southern border. I want to go straight to Jeremy Diamond, who's in northern Israel, along that border with Lebanon. And Jeremy, obviously, you know, you're there, you're in your vest. This is a major escalation that we're seeing. What do you understand is happening right now?
No question about it, Aaron. For months now, we have wondered whether this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah might escalate into an all-out war, whether we might one day see Israeli troops crossing into the sovereign country of Lebanon. And indeed, tonight, that is what we are seeing. Israeli ground troops supported by artillery, which you just heard right as I was saying that in the background, being fired from here in northern Israel, a couple miles away from the border, and heading straight for Lebanon, which is behind me, behind those hills there. And indeed, tonight, the Israeli military is confirming that they are carrying out this ground operation. They are characterizing it as, quote, limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah.
They always love using these words. Limited, precise. It's all a bunch of bullshit. We saw them carpet bomb the Capitol. What was it? What's today? When? It was like Sunday. It's ridiculous.
Because obviously this is a crucial moment, and they're trying to describe this as limited, that they're going to do something specific, right? Not the opposite of some mass all of the tanks are parading over, of that mass buildup that of course we all saw so visibly along the Gaza border. But as you point out, this opens the door to the who knows factor once you start having soldiers in. Is there any sense of, to the point you were making, who is going in? How many are going in? Are they?
All right, I've had enough. I've had enough, CNN. Let's go to this. Al Jazeera English, 21 hours ago. Flares and explosions as Israel announces Lebanon offensive. Actually, we'll watch this too. Watch this Guardian News one as well. They're both really short.
مش غارة شو عم يتفجر شو يتفجر
Jesus.
Yeah, huge.
I think that's white phosphorus. All right, this is the IDF's Insta? No, Zitter. This is their Zitter. In accordance with the decision of the political echelon a few hours ago, the IDF began limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah terrorist targets and infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Okay.
There's something, guys.
Iran targeted Israeli airbase? Yes, they did. I think we have footage of that coming up here shortly. I think it's still on this list. Let's go here. Yeah, let's go to this other Al Jazeera piece from 20 hours ago. Elite Israeli units enter Lebanon, but ground war plays to Hezbollah home strengths. Yeah, and if you're not aware, Hezbollah and Hamas are very different
Israel has
entities.
been preparing its northern command for months for a ground assault into southern
Hamas and Hezbollah are very different entities. While they may both have Iran backing, their structures, their capabilities, and a whole host of other sorts of variables are drastically different. And Israel in Lebanon is going to be very different than Israel in Gaza. The last time that they invaded, I think instead of being there for a short time, they were there for years instead, if I recall correctly. And we're stuck in basically a constant fight, sort of a guerrilla tactic, internal ground war, where Hezbollah had the advantage due to the fact it's their territory.
Israel has been preparing its northern command for months for a ground assault into southern Lebanon. This is what we know about the force on the border. 3 divisions plus 2 infantry brigades are ready to take part in the operation. That is at least 41,000 troops. They're backed by 324 Merkava 4 advanced tanks and 72 pieces of artillery. These include 54 155mm howitzers, which are large artillery weapons, and at least 18 multiple rocket launchers. Dozens of Air Force jets and surveillance drones are backing up the ground offensive. Let's bring in our defense editor, Alex Gotopoulos, who's going to make sense of all of those weapons for us. Alex, what do they tell us about what Israel has planned?
Well, Israel says or claims that all the information is so far is coming from one side. And Israel has said it has sent in its elite paratrooper division, the 98th, which has extensive experience in Gaza. So they are very well trained to conduct raids, limited operations. Now, it says that they're also being backed by an armored force, an elite armored force, the 7th Armored Brigade, which will supply dozens of tanks, and they'll be backed up by artillery. But the fighting from the scant reports that are coming out looks like it's pretty fierce. And this is the problem, is that if you go in a limited operation and the fighting is ongoing and tough, sooner or later you'll have to send in reserves. Now, the Israelis have kept some further back, and this would be the smart thing to do, to go in, see where the main areas of resistance are, and then go in with the reserves afterwards where they're needed.
The weapons that we've mentioned, Alex, how do they compare to what we...
Okay, let's go to this. Israeli military reports intense fighting as it begins ground operations in Lebanon. DW News.
Israel's military says intense fighting is taking place in southern Lebanon as it carries out what it calls targeted ground raids against Hezbollah. Israel says it's trying to dismantle the militant group's attack infrastructure so its residents can return to communities in the north. There are reports of heavy fighting near the Litani River close to the border. Hezbollah have stated they're ready for fighting on the ground and warned that the battle may be long. Let's go right over to the region and get more from our correspondent Emily Gordine in Jerusalem and journalist Stella Mena in Beirut. Welcome to both of you. Let's start with you, Emily. What more do we know about the Israeli land incursion into southern Lebanon at this point?
Well, we know that this incursion is accompanied and being supported by Israeli Air Force and artillery. Some areas around the border to Lebanon in Israel have been cordoned off. They've been closed and declared military zones. Entry is ultimately forbidden. Now, Israeli officials are said to have told their U.S. counterparts that this operation will be smaller than its previous war with Hezbollah in 2006, and that it would essentially focus on dismantling militant infrastructure and...
It's an interesting prediction on Israel's part, because the last time they went to Lebanon, they claimed it was going to be really quick, in and out. That's not what happened. All the CNN military spiel is a load of wank. Getting very British over there, Mitty. Alright, let's go here. This is the AP showing Israeli military preparing for this invasion. You are right, though. I'm fully sick of CNN. They are the worst.
A seriously widening conflict there. We're joined in studio by our international affairs editor, Philip Turrell, to take a closer look at it all. Philip, firstly, looking at the ground incursion into Lebanon, Israel says it's going to be limited. Limited how? We're not.
Still Welsh accent.
Ground incursion into Lebanon. Israel says it's going to be limited. Limited how? We're not exactly sure. But what form do you think this invasion could take, given the difficulties involved?
Well, we've got a sort of vague idea this morning about how this might happen. I think you have to be very careful about the word limited, because it will be easy to translate that into it's just going to be a very quick incursion into Lebanon and we'll pull out, being very limited in a very small area of Lebanon. I think this is basically a word that can be applied to the time that's going to be taken to do this ground incursion. It's going to be a limited, timed ground incursion, because Israel doesn't want to go in there for long. It has no intention of going in to occupy southern Lebanon for a long period, basically because it knows that public opinion back home won't support that, especially if there are large numbers of Israeli soldiers that get killed, or large numbers of civilians in southern Lebanon, as we've already seen in recent days, that also get killed. So the aim is to go in.
I mean, we've already seen essentially as many people get killed in southern Lebanon in the last few days or week, I guess, as did on October 7th. So, yeah, I don't know what he means by a large number of civilians. Is an October 7th size number of people large? It's a half invasion? Yeah, seriously, what the fuck does that even mean? Let's just skip ahead. Israel invaded. They started bombing things and supposedly also doing limited ground stuff. And very shortly after that,
this is CNN Breaking News.
All right, we do have breaking news, perhaps very important breaking news, stemming from the tension, the conflict in the Middle East right now. Israel launched ground incursions into Lebanon overnight, targeting Hezbollah, the terror group that operates inside Lebanon. We are getting a sense this morning that Hezbollah, which is a client of Iran, may be about to get assistance from Iran itself. I believe CNN's Arlette Saenz is ready at the White House for us. Arlette, the
public service announcement. Hezbollah is in Lebanon, not Iran. Just in case you were confused while listening to this CNN shill. Happens to be in a different country. Even though the American mainstream media seems insistent on painting all, militias in the Middle East as just basically being Iran. Yemen is Iran, Lebanon is Iran, it's all Iran. Iran.
White House has new concerns about what Iran may be about to do. What are you learning?
Yes, John, a senior White House official is telling us that the U.S. believes that Iran may imminently launch a ballistic missile against Israel. I want to read you a quote that we have from a senior White House official.
A ballistic missile? Well,
who says the United States has indications that Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic missile attack against Israel. We are actively supporting defensive preparations to defend Israel against this.
I think in her mind right now, she's thinking one missile. She hears missile attack and she's thinking, oh, one missile. Okay. All right, let's see how that goes. You think the plan is to drive the Lebanese people north and then steal the land using security as an excuse? It's not just a... I don't think you're just surmising this. I think that it's been incepted into your brain because they as much as came out and said that that's the plan. Well, didn't they? Didn't they come out and straight up say that they're planning on setting up a Russia-style exclusion zone in southern Lebanon, essentially as like a buffer between them and Hezbollah? I mean, it's wild. The fact that America didn't immediately come out and say, no, unacceptable, is truly mystifying to me, and just sort of lifts the veil on the utter hypocrisy of all of this even further, if it hadn't already been lifted for you.
The Israeli military defending its ground incursion into southern Lebanon.
This happened shortly before Iran actually.
Infiltrate Israel, also saying Israeli forces have been.
Hold on, I'm just gonna move this ahead. Where is it? It's like right here, I think.
Of course, implies not a permanent presence there, going after essentially firing positions where Hezbollah rather has been firing into northern Israel. Admiral Hagari, he described exactly what they did in one of these villages along the border just a short time ago.
During these operations, IDF special forces entered into Hezbollah compounds in dozens of locations along the border with Israel.
What is this ridiculous map? Do you see it? I mean, do you see this? This is the exclusion zone. Israel, I mean, CNN is just basically just... I mean, granted, this was an Israeli, like, propaganda piece. The fact that America is putting it back up, CNN's putting it back up, like this, I mean, it's, you know, like, it's, like, this is the exclusion zone. This border, this little blue line that you see, this is the Lebanese border. But instead, they're, like, you know, just having fun with geography again. These people need to stop playing with maps.
Into Hezbollah compounds in dozens of locations along the border with Israel, collected intelligence, dismantled Hezbollah's weapons and terrorist infrastructures. Our soldiers entered Hezbollah's underground infrastructures, exposed Hezbollah's hidden weapon caches, and seized and destroyed the weapons, including advanced Iranian-made weapons.
Okay, so yeah, that was the statement from Daniel Hagari from Israel's, what do you call it? Whatever, he's like a spokesperson. Basically, probably should be in The Hague. Not gonna lie. Put some Al Jazeera on. We put on a lot of Al Jazeera on many times. Many a time. We already watched at least a couple of them. Now, shortly after that, about 5 hours after that video came out, this happened.
Iran has launched a barrage of missiles at Israel.
The weapons lit up the skies above Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and there were frequent explosions as they were shot down by Israel's Iron Dome missile defence system. While sirens sounded right across the country, Israeli civilians were told to take refuge in bomb shelters, but they have now been told by the authorities that they can leave. Iran said the attack was in response to the killings of the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah and the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh. There are fears, of course, now for escalation right across the whole region. The Islamic...
All right, now let's go here. This is more footage of these ballistic missiles coming from Iran. Now, she said they all got taken down. That is not true. Some of them, in fact, made contact with what their, I believe, intended targets were.
Wow. Wow.
Now, I believe that there is a military base. This, like, what is being struck out there? It's hard to see because of all the explosions, but I believe is a, like an air force, like a military base. So over here, it's really hard to make anything out in the pictures. The fact is, the United States intervened in this as well. And from my understanding, the United States, even with the Iron Dome going, and the United States also attempting to help intercept these missiles, they still managed to make contact.
נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, 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 וואו! וואו! זה קרוב!
This footage is taken from Jordan. I remember recently people talking about stopping a wider war in the Middle East. Anybody remember that? What happened to that? That seems to have already come and passed. And this is Israeli soldiers, apparently. IDF soldiers bracing during this missile attack. Now this is from Gaza, where residents saw the missiles. the United States is aiding a state which is invading a sovereign country of the UN. Yeah, I mean, Lebanon is not just a sovereign country of the United Nations. They're in the UNSC. They're in the United Nations Security Council. This seems like a complete contravention of what that whole thing's supposed to be about, isn't it? It seems like, if anything, we need some counseling on security right now. And people, you know, doing stuff to each other. Now, apparently, at the same time as these missiles were being fired into Israel by Iran, gunmen on the ground were also in Tel Aviv. And apparently 6 were killed in
אני שולח בקבוצה סרטון של כלב ונתח כדי הנקות את לא עולה מוטוריזציה, לא עולה מוטוריזציה.
There's no actual sort of narration for this one, but I believe there is for this. Gunmen opened fire on passerby shortly before Iranian missiles struck the city. Emergency services arrived at the scene while ballistic missiles flew overhead. Well, it seems like the war has come back home to Israel. After 12 months. Alright, let's go to this. It's our second to last video already. I know it's early, technically, but we started super late. Hey! Celebrating over there. Don James. Mortys are flying all over the Twitch screen. My god. It's glorious. You were surprised how effective the Iranian missiles were? You know, honestly, I wasn't. I know everybody seems surprised about this. And I'm not just like trying to be like a contrarian. But the fact is Iran has been just historically speaking, like in this last year, just incredibly held back, I feel, right? Considering everything that's happened, it felt like they were biding their time for quite a while. And from what I could tell, it was seemingly, for whatever reason, maybe assurances from the United States. It's not entirely clear. It could be the presidential election. It could be a host of factors, not wanting to get into a war. But they held off for so long. I feel like they had to have been planning for this potential eventuality. So for me, it wasn't that shocking that it actually was as effective as it was. You know, that as many of them got, because the fact is they had so much time to consider how they might respond if it were to come to it, right? Oh my god, and now there are paranoid Marvin the Paranoid Android's floating all over the Twitch screen. The on-screen celebrations. So amazing. I do like that addition. Some of the... like the gigantifies, the on-screen celebrates. I do like that. It's kind of a fun addition to the Twitch. Adrienne Vixen. Good to see you. Alright. We got a celebrity in chat. YouTube. Go subscribe to their YouTube. You got a moment? Just a couple clicks away. Adrienne does some great content, not just on YouTube, but also on Twitch. Alright, second to last video. Here's a round of applause for all of you. Great job making it this far. This was from 4 hours before the stream started. Associated Press, explosions seen in Beirut as Israel says it is striking Hezbollah targets, quote unquote. Even AP is... even the AP is dubious. Hilarious. Or skeptical, I guess. Finds it dubious. You see it though? Hezbollah targets in quotes and brackets. Unusual for the AP to make such a distinction.
Joining me now are Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy in Washington, D.C., and a former... Joining me now are...
Hold on, Mehdi. You're getting ahead of me, pal. There we go. Yeah, I see why the AP is skeptical. It appears to be just the center of the capital of Lebanon. Just what appears to be a residential area filled with apartment buildings. By the way, I believe Beirut is like a city of, what is it, 1 million people? It might be more. Yeah, I see why the Associated Press is skeptical about the claim of Hezbollah targets once again. Precision residential strikes in a civilian area.
Illegal.
Alright, well, kinda spoilered it. I was hoping to make it a surprise, like a fun surprise, like, oh yay, we get Zateo at the end of the stream. But now you already know, so it's really not a surprise, but let's do that anyway. Let's go to Zateo. This is from a day ago. They had on actually, I think the guy who's been on the Majority Report as well, Matt Huss, as well as another guest, I can't remember his name. The United States is, quote-unquote, fully complicit in Israel's attacks on Lebanon and Gaza.
I don't want reality.
Joining me now are Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy in Washington, D.C., and a former senior advisor on foreign policy to Senator Bernie Sanders, and Karim Makdisi, Associate Professor of International Politics at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon. But he joins us today from Paris. Thank you both for joining me on the show. Much to discuss. Karim, let me start with you. What is your reaction to recent events in Lebanon? Obviously, people were worried about an escalation in Lebanon for the past 11 months. Israel's been threatening one, but we had the pager attack, and then on Monday, 550 people killed in a day.
Yes, it's absolutely awful what's going on in Lebanon. People have been waiting for the past several months for something to possibly escalate like this. And this attack on last Monday was absolutely shocking, with 500 people killed, as you're saying, and it's been several hundred killed since then, with many thousands wounded. There's been a massive displacement. I know from friends and others where a lot of people are heading to Beirut from the south and from the Bekaa. A lot of people heading north as well. So there's this great anxiety, great fear about what might happen, and a sense of foreboding that there doesn't seem to be any kind of end in sight. People are, in a sense, people are used to Israeli attacks. People are used to Israeli invasions, the idea of invasion, the idea of Israeli attacks, the idea of Israeli violence. But after the genocide and the kinds of language and the kinds of words that are being used by the Israeli leaders, Netanyahu and others, there is genuine fear going around.
Matt, were you surprised at the sheer ferocity of the Israeli assault? It's the single biggest day of killing in Lebanon since the end of the civil war in 1990, I believe.
Yeah.
Over 500 dead in a day, even by Israeli standards.
Yes, right.
Even by the standards of Gaza,
Yes.
500 dead in a
Seriously.
day.
Right, no, I was
Yeah.
surprised, and that's saying a lot. What we've seen over.
I mean, that's very, 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 very early on numbers for Gaza, right? When the bombing first started. I mean, you know, nowadays it's like a couple of dozen a day, it seems like, and that's still a ton of fucking people to be dying every day. I mean, that's 6,000-7,000 people a year dying if you were to add it up, you know, whatever, cumulatively. But I mean, you know, this is essentially just a parallel type of situation. Lebanon is also an incredibly crowded place. It's bigger than Gaza, but it also is, I think, more populous than Gaza. But it's not as densely populated, but as you can see in some of those pictures, right? With there's apartment buildings right next to each other for miles.
Past 11 months really just defies belief, really unprecedented, I think, in this century in terms of modern warfare, the amount of destruction. But the ferocity of the strikes this week were staggering.
And Karim, I've got to ask the question right at the outset before we get into the weeds on this. The Israeli argument is that Hezbollah attacked us on October the 8th. Hezbollah came after us. We were minding our own business when it came to Lebanon. So we've been forced by Hezbollah to do this. What is your response to that line of argument that you hear not just from Israel, but a lot of people in the media here?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is that that history did not begin on October 7 or October 8. There's a very long context of Israeli attacks, Israeli invasions. Israel remains in occupation of Lebanese territory to this day. It remains, in a sense, to many, an existential threat to Lebanon. So while Hezbollah did initiate an attack, it initiated on October 8 in the Golan Heights, or in areas, Sheba Farms, that Lebanon claims is its own territory occupied. The Syrians claim it's Lebanese territory. The Israelis say it's Syrian-occupied territory. But either way, that first day, the reaction was towards occupied Sheba Farms. And then, of course, it escalates after that, back and forth. So the answer is there's a long history there, and the solution has to take into account that long history.
And Matt, in terms of long histories, obviously Americans aren't very good when it comes to long histories, whether it's American elites or the American public. When you look at what's happening with Lebanon right now, from a DC perspective, you had Joe Biden say, my red line is Rafah. Netanyahu trampled all over that red line. Destroyed Rafah in many ways.
How I yearn for the days when we were talking about red lines. That time has come and passed. It feels like it is such a distant past. But I guess it was really only, what, 4.5 months ago? 5 months ago? Was it longer? I'm trying to remember. Jesus Christ, it's all blurring together in my brain now.
Then he said, well, regional escalation, that's another red line. Like, we're not going to support you. There are all these leaks from the administration. We're not going to support you if you pick a fight, beyond Gaza. Yeah. They've picked a fight.
They picked a fight beyond Gaza, and we just got done intercepting missiles from around for them. Seems like we're there through thick and thin.
On Gaza. There's an argument that they want to escalate to Iran, and we'll come to that. What is going on in Washington, D.C.? You're here. You've worked in this town on foreign policy for a long time. You've worked in Congress. What calculations are going on right now in the White House, in Congress?
Right. I mean, to back up, what you said about the red line, I think is right. I mean, President Biden laid down a red line on Rafah, but it became clear that the real red line was that regional escalation. We've seen the U.S. engage in strikes on Iran-backed groups, especially after the strike on the Jordanian facility that killed several American service members. And they opposed the Rafah invasion until it became clear that that invasion could be carried out without spilling into Egypt. So they have themselves admitted that the humanitarian impact, the number of deaths and displaced in the Rafah operation was as bad or worse than they feared, but as long as it was contained within Gaza, as you said, Netanyahu rolled right over it. The challenge we have now is almost a year into this, whatever President Biden might say about what he wants or doesn't want, he refuses and has refused all along to impose any costs on Netanyahu.
Not a single one.
And until that equation changes, Netanyahu is going to continue what he's doing, which is prolonging, sustaining, and expanding this war for his own political purposes. Again, it is very clear that that is what is driving this. Israeli officials themselves.
I mean, let's be real. Israel is basically aggressed on every single country on its border, and did they do anything there? In Jordan, there's been some unintentional casualties, I know that. But yeah, I mean, Syria, they did strikes earlier. Since October 7th, they've struck in Syria. They've struck in, of course, Jordan. They've Lebanon. They've done Iran, which isn't even really a neighbor. It's across another country. Egypt, they took part of their land. I mean, that's got to count as aggression. I mean, basically, if they haven't just outright struck the country, they've done extrajudicial assassinations and things like that.
Have acknowledged this. The president himself, apparently, reportedly, privately, has acknowledged that he understands that Netanyahu knows his only path to staying in political power and avoiding the reckoning for October 7th it is to sustain this war.
Kareem, as Matt says, it is very clear to everyone, both in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv, what Netanyahu is doing for his own personal political calculations and gain. But he benefits, does he not, from having opponents in Gaza and Lebanon, Hamas and Hezbollah, which are designated foreign terrorist groups in places like the United States and the UK, which, in the case of Hamas on October 7th, did carry out war crimes. He benefits from having these groups. What is the view on the ground in someone like Lebanon? We've talked a lot on the show about Gaza, Palestinians, the right to resistance. Where does Hamas fit into all of this? What about Hezbollah? Explain to our viewers what role they play in...
Right, and Yemen. Forgot about them. And you're right to leave Jordan out, because technically they haven't attacked Jordan. But I think there's been multiple casualties in Jordan since all this because of all of the shelling going on over their country.
Lebanon, because sometimes you hear people saying, well, they're a mainstream political movement, they've been part of the government, they're very popular with Shia communities, it's a divided country, but then you also see polling that says actually they're really unpopular with the Lebanese, who see them as a state within a state. Give us some background on how they're seen historically, but also right now in the middle of this conflict.
Yeah, so of course this is a very complicated question with also a long history, but the idea is that there is division. So the idea is that Hezbollah did emerge as a resistance group, basically comes to be in 1985, but after the Israeli invasion in 1982. So it came after.
Hey, check this out. I'm sorry, I gotta pause, but this is even related to the video. We just hit 333 subs. 333. Make a wish, everybody. I don't know if that's a real thing, but we're going to do it anyways. 333. Killing it. Killing it lately. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you viewers. We are continuing to make inroads.
invasion. I think that's one very important point. So it was a reaction to Israeli invasions and occupation of Lebanon and of southern Lebanon. And that's when Hezbollah kind of came about and then increasingly became the dominant resistance group. It used to be several resistance groups, and Hezbollah became the dominant one, and then became increasingly professionalized and strong in the 1990s onwards. So that's one part. It is extremely popular among its own community in southern Lebanon, in the Bekaa and other areas. And now, I would say over the past year, any kind of sectarian tensions that might have existed has also been kind of, I would say, weakened, because in the end, Hamas and Palestinians are largely Sunni Muslims and Christians for that matter. And so the Hezbollah is seen as the only real force, along with the Houthis, the Yemenis, who are really helping in fighting this Israeli aggression and trying to get a ceasefire. Ultimately, all of these groups are trying to get the end of the genocide in Gaza and a ceasefire in Gaza. They've all said over.
Jordan is losing patience with the U.S. and Israel. They expected the U.S. to rail Israel. That makes sense. Honestly, I don't have my finger on the pulse in Jordan like that. But I think that expectation would have been a reasonable... Well, it would have been a reasonable one had there been any other administration. Pretty much. I mean, aside from like a Trump administration, but like previous administrations excluding Trump. I think even... God, this sounds insane, but I think even Bush would have reined it in at this point. But like Obama would have reined it in. Clinton would have reined it in at this point, I think, too. But, you know, Biden is one of the most outwardly Zionist presidents the United States has ever had, and has not given one iota of consequences or even pressure, seemingly, on Israel. If anything, it's always this sort of furloughed look and sort of talking about how things should be better, but never any direct challenging of what Israel's doing, never any actual pressure using the leverage that we actually have, like aid and weaponry. It's ridiculous. But it's where we are.
Over and over. And Hassan Nasrallah has said it again last week in his most recent speech, that everything stops when there's a ceasefire and the end of genocide. That's it. I mean, there's a very clear point. So there is, and I don't want to say that, but there is division in Lebanon. A lot of people blame Hezbollah for a kind of, dragging Lebanon into the war. And they don't particularly want to be kind of connected to the larger question of Palestine and the larger Palestine issue politically, although there's huge sympathy and empathy for Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank. Some in Lebanon feel like that this should be separated from Lebanon. For my part, I think you cannot separate Lebanon, and especially South Lebanon, from what's going on in the larger Palestine question in Gaza. It's impossible.
Matt, you're saying that's right. Karim mentioned Houthis there. When Israel says we're being attacked on multiple fronts by Iran-backed groups, by the Houthis, by Hamas, by Hezbollah, and someone like Karim says, well, actually, they all say end the genocide and we'll stop this. The Houthis have said that for a while. The counter comes, well, you can't trust these groups. That's a very naive, simplistic view of the world. But could it be that simple, that if you stop the killing in Gaza, a lot of this goes away?
No, there is obviously a larger regional context here. Some of these groups, they have relationships with Iran, some of which are much closer, as with Hezbollah, some not so close, as with the Houthis. But it seems pretty clear that Gaza is the crisis that is driving this right now. So yes, once you end the Gaza war, you do have a range of other problems that you still need to deal with, a range of other conflicts.
Yeah, I don't understand why, in this particular situation, everyone suddenly wants to play, deep thinker on this particular issue, as if like, oh, you can't accept what leaders are saying on its face. Like, oh, no, you have to understand the context of all this, really. If your organization starts with an H, you're actually part of Iran's axis of horrible. And even though you say you want Palestinians to not be getting genocided, what you really mean is you love Iran and you hate the US. You just want Israel to not exist anymore. And it's just this ridiculous sort of reversal of what's actually happened to some degree. Like, Israel has made it so that other people didn't exist, right? And countries, right? And they're like, you know, people who already were on the land, they came in and said, no, actually, we're going to do it. We don't want you to exist here. And yet that's the argument that's constantly used against the very people who was already done to.
Intentions, but really the Gaza catastrophe, it is what is driving this crisis right now. And we just, you know, there's an effort by the Israelis, by Netanyahu.
Because like, does it or does it not seem like they're, when they talk about it, like that at least in my mind, it sounds like they think that the Middle East just wants to move into Israel and just take over and kick out Israel back to Europe or something. And, you know, in some sort of like a reverse Holocaust. And it's kind of nonsense to some degree. I mean, are there some people who have said things that could be interpreted that way in the past? Historically, yeah, technically. But at this current moment, that's not what people are talking about at all, even slightly.
Try and de-link these things, but we cannot.
Do you think that the people who are doing the de-linking in DC, Matt, they're doing that through ignorance, or they know? Like, is the guy sitting inside the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House National Security Council, is that guy, he knows?
By the way, your comments aren't repeating the first word for me, so maybe refresh your app. Because they look perfectly fine. I didn't notice that until just now. But, yeah, no, you're seems fine.
He knows that this is all interlinked, and that if we stopped one, we would stop the rest. But he can't say it because the political atmosphere doesn't allow him.
By and large,
in
I think people know. But you do have, you have a faction in Washington, a very influential one that is just fundamentally committed to backing what Israel wants at any given time. Some who are, particularly committed to Netanyahu. Some are acting, I think, in good faith. They are committed to the security of Israel, but the way that they support that in policy, we all see the results. Right? I mean, this Gaza war, the context of it comes in years and decades of U.S.-backed impunity in the occupied territories. That is what created the context for the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7.
Kareem, what would you say to a supporter of Israel who says, well, hold on, you can, yes, 1982, Hezbollah, yes, 2006 even, but right now, Israel was minding its own business, and it's Lebanon that's in violation of UN Resolution 1701, which calls for Hezbollah to be disarmed, which they were not disarmed. What's your response to that line of argument?
Well, the line of argument is quite simple. Israel is in occupation of southern Lebanon, parts of southern Lebanon to this day. The Israeli overflights and breaking of Lebanese sovereignty since 2006, that is when the UN Resolution 1701 came about. They've had the overwhelming number of overflights and drones and incursions and other matters, much more so than the other way around. Even in this war, I think around 70-75% of all projectiles,
it's actually 85%,
have reported them, have come from the Israeli side, not from the Hezbollah side. Yeah. So there is an overwhelming number, than just the sheer number. If you take a number, it's very clear that the Israelis first of all, project much farther into Lebanon. They have a long history of invasions and incursions of violence. I didn't see Lebanon invading Israel. I don't see Lebanon as this massive threat for the Israelis, at least up until very recently. And Hezbollah, as I said, it's been very clear, as has the Lebanese government, to be sure, that as long as there's a ceasefire, we will stop. And Hezbollah said it, the Lebanese government has said it, the foreign minister said it, the prime minister has said it, every single group in Lebanon has said it. So it's not that, politics, people can believe or not believe, but it's been very clear and very consistent.
It's interesting you mentioned, Kareem, the Lebanon has not invaded Israel. And of course, that's true. And the Israelis would say, well, it's not about Lebanon, right? It's not about Hezbollah, it's about Iran. Iran is the real threat, the existential threat. They are backing these groups. How much do you think what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, from the pager attack to obviously this week's assault, people are talking about a ground invasion, how much of that is Israel trying to drag Iran into this war, into open conflict? Because you had the president of Iran at the UN General Assembly saying, look, we may have to respond. We may have to get directly involved, which they haven't really ever done for their proxies in recent years or ever.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call them proxy. We can talk about that, but yes, I think
That's
it's
a good
clear
point.
that
I'm using Western media.
Yeah, I was gonna.
the relationship.
I mean, Mehdi, he grew up on that MSNBC diet, so he's got all that. He's got all the Western media lingo still stuck in there. I think if you live in the West, it's kind of it's hard to train yourself out of it, especially if you consume a lot. If you're sort of a news junkie like myself, you hear this sort of framing constantly, so it gets stuck in there. You have to remind yourself, wait, no, that's what I just said was bullshit.
Well, they call themselves part of the axis of resistance, so they're kind of partners with Iran, obviously as the biggest partner and the one that provides the biggest support to all these different groups. But I'm not sure, for example, you can say the Houthis are proxies of Iran, and Hezbollah, maybe went from being some former proxy. It has expanded much more. It's become a lot bigger than simply being called a proxy. So, so I think this kind of language that always gets appeared in Western media,
yes,
as well as the dehumanization, not you, of course, but in general, the kind of Western media, there's a huge amount of dehumanization, and we see it being echoed all the time by Israeli leaders, Israeli, settlers, groups, and also in the media, that there's no distinction between Hezbollah and the residents, for example, in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa. So just like in Gaza, just like in the West Bank, wherever you identify, or the Israelis identify what they call a terrorist, they're able to kind of destroy it at any length and kill as many babies and children and women and men. I mean, men also killed that are not necessarily Hezbollah fighters. So I think it's a really important kind of point. But on the question of Iran, yeah, I think this is an attempt by Netanyahu to spark a war in Lebanon, to get Hezbollah to do a much more radical response, which they can do. They're still being very restrained, in order to then drag in Iran into this and get the Americans involved in this war once and for all. I think this is a very
Well, it seems all that to some degree has already come to fruition. I mean, this happened before the Iranian strikes. This interview happened a little over a day ago. And the United States is, actively intercepting missiles for Israel on, from Iran. I mean, it's not boots on the ground, but it's missiles in the air.
kind of objective that Netanyahu wants. And what I think is really interesting to kind of point out is that Hezbollah is aware of this. The Iranians are quite aware of this, and they've gone out of the way not to respond in a way that might provoke the Israelis into this and sort of let them call on to their American kind of patrons to say, you see, now we're going to come in. They've been very restrained. Hezbollah is taking the blows kind of militarily. The pager thing, for example, that was an act of terrorism by the Israelis, mostly on civilians, frankly. I mean, even those that they claim to be Hezbollah people, these are kind of low-level Hezbollah kind of, let's say, public administration people. These are not the fighters. Anybody who thinks these are the fighters who
Yeah, they're killing secretaries and calling them fighters, and it's wild.
around with pagers. I mean, they don't know how Lebanon works. They don't know that Hezbollah is a very big institutional organization with civil society and institutions and and medics and ambulance people and all sorts of kind of younger and older people who are just they're part of the administration in a sense. And that attack, by the way, was deliberate. It was the first attempt to deliberately maim. They didn't even want to kill. They wanted to maim and blind people across these several thousand people. So it is a pure act of terrorism. And these are the kinds of things, ironically, where those that deeply oppose Hezbollah in Lebanon become a lot more sympathetic. So the amount of empathy for people in general, the amount of support for the resistance as distinct from Hezbollah, the party itself, has grown a lot in Lebanon. The kind of displaced, the refugees that are coming out, the heavy-handedness, the sheer murderous, attacks by the Israelis in Beirut and across the country are making it clear that people have to support the resistance, even if they deeply oppose Hezbollah on other kind of fronts.
I guess we could watch the whole thing. It's pretty late. We've only been going for 4 hours. Usually we do 6-hour streams. You know, there's only 10 minutes left. I'm feeling generous today. Let's just watch that. Let's just watch it.
Good point, and we've seen this movie before, Matt, in The War on Terror, where, quote unquote, the War on Terror, which was a war of terror in many ways, and which emboldened a lot of groups and pushed a lot of people in the Middle East who should have been on our side, quote unquote, onto the side of our opponents because of the nature of how we fought. Has the United States, A, learned any lessons from its war on terror? And B, is it trying to impart any of those lessons to the Israelis?
Well, that's really interesting because President Biden, as you might remember, in the days and weeks after October 7, when he was, demonstrating his support for Israel, which again I think was appropriate, especially in the wake of that attack, said specifically, I'm trying to help them understand some of the lessons we learned after 9/11. Don't make our mistakes, and yet they're making worse mistakes.
Yes.
And the United States and President Biden himself is backing those mistakes.
You can't booby trap civilian objects. Oh, right. That's a good point. I had forgotten the context of this particular thing they were talking about. It's all blending together to me. It's just too many war crimes.
Illegal.
Unconditionally. So I'm very sorry to say it does not seem that, this city, many in this city have. I think there's been more criticism of this policy than we've seen in the past. But I'm really frustrated to see that so many in this city have not learned those lessons.
A lot of people watching this will wonder, especially globally, why can people in Washington, D.C. not see what everyone else in the world sees? As I say, you've been part of the bureaucracy, you've been in Congress, you're in a think tank in D.C. I think it's too simplistic just to say, it's AIPAC, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot of factors.
That's right.
What kind of factors are we talking here? Military-industrial complex, kind of the blob, as Ben Rhodes identified, kind of lazy, conventional wisdom thinking. What is it Joe Biden being a Zionist in his gut? Like, what are the just briefly explain to us, what are the multiplicity of factors that make Washington, D.C. so impervious to the arguments that seem to work everywhere else? Macron comes out and says the occasional sensible thing. The British government occasionally comes out, but not in D.C.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, it's really hard to overstate the impact of a president who's setting the tone as Joe Biden has, which is just full support for Israel and little, if any, acknowledgement of the humanity of the Palestinians, their value as human beings. I think we have seen this time and time again. And it's partially the avoiding disagreement with the leader of your party. I mean, this is not just a foreign policy problem. Any party, politicians in that party are by and large going to be very hesitant to break with the leader and their party, and he has set this tone. Now, that has not been total. We certainly have seen people in the Congress who've had the courage to disagree and criticize.
All Democrats, by the way.
All Democrats,
no Republicans.
of course, all Democrats. Part of it is just who the people we have kind of informing us in the major media, they tend to have a particular ideological bent on this as well, or else they just don't know very much about it, and so the people they are trying to learn from aren't giving them the best information. And I think we also have to acknowledge that a lot of this is just careerism. There are boundaries that are set. Those boundaries are changing. Again, I think the conversation we were having about these issues is different and in many ways better than we've been having in the past. But there is still a very real caution, especially for younger and maybe mid-level foreign policy professionals who have their eye on that future job in the administration and don't want to create problems for themselves down the road because they have seen how careers have been destroyed by people who take Palestinian lives too seriously.
Illegal.
Wow. NCC's got like 400 people watching right now or after debate stream. I think we're the only ones left going right now. All right. Well, got through another stream. It was difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Liddy, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Dinner Planet Janet, Techno Punk, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped contribute to producing the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can do the same for just a few US dollars a month. Well, I suppose that's enough ones to engage the Galactic Chill Stream.